pillar of my life. Master Jesus, you are the pillar of my life. Lily of the valley, you are the pillar of my life. You are the pillar of my life. You are the pillar of my life. Lion of the night, you are the pillar of. Chicanica, you are the pillar of. Daddy, you are the pillar of my life. Lion of Judea.
You are the pillar that holds my life.
Anywhere.
You are the pillar that holds my life.
Hey, yeah.
Master Jesus, you are the pillar that holds
You
my
are.
life.
You are the
Master
pillar.
Jesus, you are the pillar that holds my life.
I said, Jesus, unibu kalabati sindubu. Nibu kalabati sindubu. Ojo biemede. Nibu kalabao. Nibu kalabano. Nibu kalabati sindubu. Ojo biomi ko nibu kalaba. Chikani nibu kalabao. 80% of companies that are collapsed in Nigeria were killed by government indebtedness. This is the only country where government, governor, local government chairman orders anything without any responsibility of paying for it. It doesn't happen anywhere. I have a governor who has since left and is doing very well. He bought from a company 750 jeeps for his traditional rulers. He bought it at 99 million. The company was expecting to make 1.5 million. He took the vehicles, gave it to traditional rulers, and everybody wants to give it to. 4 years as I'm speaking here, that company has not been paid. They borrowed 300 million to do that job from a bank. Today they're at 25%. Today they've lost their profits. They have lost their capital injection. They are debt of 732 million as a result of that transaction. They sacked over 200 of their workers. And the governor has received all manner of title from the traditional rulers and has been given all sorts of award as a good performer and is looking for the next post. Today people are celebrating innocence. The only thing why innocence was functional, I said it here in platform and I repeat it again. When Innocent started his factory, he came to me. I said, Innocent, since you are in Anambra State producing vehicles and you're employing thousands of people from this state and surrounding, we will be your highest customer. Come and tell me whether you can produce a bus. Said yes. Pick up for police. He said yes. I said, how about G's for traditional rulers? He said yes. I said, since you can do them, Innocent, I'm going to give you an order. He's there, he will tell you. I gave him an order for 1,000 vehicles at 5 billion. And I paid him everything at least 180 days before delivery. I said, come, we'll give you money because we need you to be here. We paid everything up front. I told you before that when I was buying it, oh, the chiefs, everybody said they won't use it. They said the kids won't use it. They said nobody has tested it. But if it fell break, if you just say, don't worry. We will not bother. No matter the number of people he killed, the ones who remain will remain in Anambra. But we're going to buy the vehicle. That's how we bought the vehicle. As I speak to you today, not one of those vehicles has had a problem. We did the same thing I told you about Leo Stan. I went to him and said, you're a Nigerian company. We are going to buy this amount of computers from you. I can tell you what he told me. He said he doesn't deal with state government. I said, why? He said, payment is there. I said, Leo Stan, I will give you money before you supply. I don't even want you to give me anything. No bank guarantee. I pay you. If I look for you, I know where to find you. I made a policy when I was in government that nobody should be owed more than 60 days while I was there. Go and ask, and I said to the platform here again, if any contractor, supplier, anybody who said that the day I left office, he was being owed for a matured certificate or payment that is due, come here, I will resign from politics. Never. Because it's people's money. You must support them. We've lost yesterday as a country. So that having lost yesterday and today, let us make a resolution that we cannot lose tomorrow for the sake of our children. God bless you all.
Many high-profile cases will definitely come to you, and they may likely come in company of some juicy, irresistible temptations, especially when they involve mouth-watering financial and business transactions. I'm making it clear to you now that you must flee from such disguised danger. Your reputation and integrity matter much, and it counts enormously in your rise to honor and fame in life. Let me point out unambiguously that in life, gifts and wealth that are not worked for, which are by extension undeserving, are always wrapped in calamity and destruction. Flee from them and keep your heads high above the murky waters of corruption and favoritism, so that you can be conveniently counted among the very best in the Nigerian judiciary. You must, against all odds, conduct your affairs within the ambit of the law and the oath that you has just been administered on you. If you were hitherto 50% under public scrutiny, I can then confidently tell you now that it has automatically risen to 100% by virtue of this appointment. This tempo of public assessment of your conduct and disposition will now assume astronomical proportion. You must equally redouble your effort and dialogue properly with your conscience in order not to fall out of the grace of Almighty God and the Nigerian people. It absolutely takes nothing to join the crowd, but it takes quite a lot to stand alone with good conscience. Several novel business and industrial disputes are occurring in the country virtually on a daily basis that have now inevitably made litigations to go on a steady rise. No court in the land is spared of this. We are constantly on our toes, and the dockets are ever rising in response to the challenges of the time. This underscores the fact that Nigeria ranks among the most litigious countries in the whole world. The onus is on your lordships to fasten your belt and roll up your sleeves to face the challenges head on. You must redouble your pace to catch up with the expectations of the litigants. As judicial officers, you have a defined mandate on earth that you must discharge with unveiled honesty and sincerity. You must give good account of yourselves to justify your appointment. However, if you decide to do the contrary, of course, the sledgehammer will, without hesitation, descend heavily on you. No judicial officer at any level of our courts will be allowed to drag the reputation of the Nigerian judiciary into the mud. We can't come this far to fail. Take heed of this admonition by working rightly towards occupying an enviable space in the annals of the Nigerian judiciary.
Wait. Have you noticed that Christianity in Nigeria has become something else? The practice of Christianity in Nigeria has become something else. And I will not mince word about it. I'm going to talk about Pentecostalism. I was trying to research about Pentecostalism and I realized that it emanated from America. It was a movement of the church that felt they needed to, it's more or less like a separatist movement that decided to separate from the Orthodox churches, which to some extent was parading colonialism, and then they felt they needed to create a distinction from those who felt they needed to liberate themselves. So two things that they created was, that's in America. The distinction of Pentecostalism is that you must have to identify a relationship with the Holy Spirit, and that is certified by speaking in tongue. Rema sandarabo sheke sinba marebe sandarabo bobo riba sandaba leka sandaraba bashika sanda. So these are supposed to be your indicators that you have been communed with the Holy Spirit. You see, the only places I have come to realize that you can only get true Christianity is those churches in the north, Equa, Lutheran, those Orthodox churches that you don't have GOs. One person is not the general overseer. In Orthodox churches, you have maybe chairman, or that they elect. All those churches that you see that they elect their leaders every 2 years or every 3 years or every 4 years. Those churches seem to be more Christian than those that you have general overseers. That now take the status of God. God of Adeboye, God of Oyedepo, God of this, God of that. You see now, each of these geos now have their own different gods. God of Adeboye, God of Yakilome, God of this, God. I mean, come on. Anytime Christianity gets to the point whereby people are no longer allowed to use common sense, because there's nowhere common sense is evil. The basic tenet of every principle is common sense. No matter how spiritual you turn out to be, it cannot be stronger than common sense. The bottom line is this. We have these Pentecostal churches have destroyed Nigerian, the way we think. All this prophecy, they are going to arrest Peter Obi, they are going to do that. I foresee this, I foresee that. I'm not mocking Christianity, but I'm definitely mocking the stupidity that these churches have allowed to be in Christianity. I'm definitely not mocking Christianity, but I'm definitely mocking the stupidity that they've allowed in Christianity. Nowhere does it say that you must speak in tongue before you enter heaven. So if you go to church, don't force yourself to speak in tongue. As I speak in tongue now, where I not today go church, than that time I did go church. I feel speak in tongue now for the next 30 minutes. Maleke sindaraba soko sinda mrima sandaba bore debe sindaraba. Go reach evening. What am I just? You're just kidding yourself, for goodness sake. It's just that our pastors have gone mad. And it's the truth. Our pastors have gone mad, honestly. Some pastors are now preaching that we should pray for Tinubu. We should pray for Tinubu. So I ask those pastors, particularly Kumuyi, that is asking Nigerians to support Tinubu. So if Tinubu used bad way to come in, at least even if you had waited until the Supreme Court matter finishes, where we now know that nobody cannot be removed again, then you are asking Nigerians to support him. It would have been better. But we are asking somebody that we believe is a liar, we believe is a fraud, we believe use fake certificate, and you are saying we should pray with him because he's a Yoruba man. So it's just so unfortunate. Well, my name is Magnus Horaka, and I say please follow this page and share this post.
Hope Uzodimma, who is campaigning for a second term in office, announced an initiative to equip the youth in Imo State with contemporary technical skills. The governor, during his campaign on Tuesday, said that he has begun negotiations with foreign-based partners and that by December this year, 4,000 Imo youth will be employed in Europe.
I have gone further to negotiate with the European Union companies and Canadian companies. They are sending us special areas of digital skill, which our youth will also learn. And by December this year, 4,000 Imo youth will be employed in Europe. Comes, the governor will pay for your 8 tickets.
All right, Dr. Abata, 4,000 Imo youth will be employed by December. He'll send them their letters of, appointment and all of that. Some people have hailed it as a great initiative because obviously, diaspora remittances are great. But I mean, well, 4,000 Imo youths, are they employed in Imo State at this point as we speak, Dr. Abati?
Well, there's nothing great about the proposal by the governor. And this is why we tell politicians, if they don't have anything to say, they should just keep quiet. It's not important that you say something that doesn't make sense. Now, the crowd may be gullible at a time when many Nigerians want to leave the country. They call it the Jackpot syndrome. Mm-hmm. And although the president and his wife went to New York, and both of them were telling people to jackpada, to come back home because there's an enabling environment. Apparently, the governor of Imo State, perhaps having failed to provide an enabling environment and create jobs for people in his own domain, and Imo State has enough resources to be a center of productivity.
Excellent.
That the young people of Imo State will be gainfully engaged within the environment. But now you have the governor seeking a second term, preaching to the people that he will empower the people with skills so that they can go and get jobs in Europe. And he has talked to people abroad. Mm-hmm. And when the employment letters come, the state government will use state government money, the people's money, to buy tickets, to send people abroad. I mean, it doesn't make sense. The logic of it appears grossly incredible. And that's why we say, look, it doesn't make sense. The primary responsibility of the governor should be to make Imo State into an industrial center, a center of productivity, and to create opportunities for the young people of Imo State so that they can have hope, they can get jobs in the environment. I think it's most strange. It's the strangest form of campaign that we have seen in recent times, whereby a governor, a politician will be telling the people in his area that he will send them abroad. Okay, let us even assume that happens. He sends 4,000. Then, of course, he's telling the rest of the people, that it's better to leave this state and go to Canada or go to Europe. Well, let him be advised.
To increase visa fees. So let's bear that in mind in part of the European plans in terms of the budget. They would increase, and then we are treated, we are maltreated when we go to apply for visas. Yeah. We're seen as it's such a desperate attempt. It's so attractive that a governor would use it as a tool to attract people to vote for him, that he would provide jobs, not in his state, not empower people, not create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive in his state, but he wants to send people abroad. There's a problem there. It should not have been seen. It should not have been said. It should not even have been thought of for him to bring this out. It is shameful.
Well, all right, Ayo. We'll take another story then. The Minister of Works and Housing, Dave Umahi, on Thursday locked out some members of staff of the Ministry of Works over lateness, prompting a protest by the aggrieved staff members. The minister reportedly arrived at the ministry's headquarters in Abuja ahead of some directors and staff in the morning and denied them access to their respective offices. The workers were later granted access to the ministry but proceeded to lock the entry and exit points of the ministry in protest against the minister.
Very angry. They locked everybody outside, saying workers came late for work. Yes, so.
We are civil servants. You need to respect us in the first place. It is a must that you respect us. It's a must. Now, secondly, you need to carry us along. You cannot do this work alone. And you cannot import workers from outside to do the work for us. It is not possible. So what we want is total respect. What we want to fix this nation. If you had called us earlier and told us your grievances, then we'll be able to pass it across to our members. And once we pass it, anybody that now default, like I said, there are laid down rules and regulations in civil service. You give query. It's one of them.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. It's good to be back here again. How you guys doing today? Happy weekend to every one of you right there. Happy Friday to you all. Today's 29th September 2023. I have to come in now because you hear that youth where they talk right now. These are part of the disgraceful youth that we have in Nigeria, who is telling the minister or how to treat them. I've said it before that the only way we can have a better Nigeria is everybody, including myself, everybody must be handled with an iron hand. Now alone are they late come work. Now alone are they locked out. And now alone they talk, say you must treat us with respect. We want a better country. You want a better country and you're late to work. Listen, guys, for me, I say things I raise. If I was to be in that position, I would do more. Yes, I will do more. I'm sorry. I will repeat that again. The only way Nigeria can be better, because a lot of us, our mentality is gone. Yes, a lot of us, our mentality is gone. For us to bring us back to the normal thinking, how life's supposed to be, you must handle everybody with an iron hand. If you break the law, you will be penalized for it. That's it. There's nothing like you may treat us with respect. If you don't respect yourself, how do you want people to respect you? I don't really want to talk about that. Let's go to Uzodinma before I acknowledge the people right there. You see, when you see someone like Uzodinma come on air, because he's campaigning for his second term in office, or rather to be re-elected back in office, he come out with a blatted lie. A lie that is obvious to anybody on earth, even the dead. Go no say Uzodinma they lie just now. The dead. That word, go talk for his side, go play that video for his side cemetery. They'll tell you, say, oh God, this one a lie. Do you know why things like this will continue to happen in Nigeria? Because one, we have reduced ourselves to the extent that the politicians don't have single respect for us anymore. In a developed country, you can't just come and be saying this rubbish. You're going to send 4,000 people abroad, not for training. You're sending them abroad to leave Nigeria. May they work for that side. I have negotiated or I have talked to the European
community. That's a blatant lie. Normally, in a country that works, Uzodinma should be arrested for that statement. But some of you might say, no, what do you do? Not be talk. Then you are part of the people that their mentality is already being affected. When you see people compete with you, when you're trying to correct them, don't argue with them. Just have it in your head that, oh, these people are part of the people that have a slight damage mentality. Or rather, you see, it's just like sometimes when we talk about some satanic pastors. You see people who come and read Bible for us. In Bible verses, whatever says, don't touch not my anointed. Don't blame them. Some of their mentality have dropped. It's not an insult. When your mentality is congested with the negativism, you're beginning to think like one. That's it. Mentality is not an insult. So when you are arguing with that kind of person, with that kind of mentality, you might likely argue forever. You will not get nowhere. So I bet you in that congregation just now, that group, that gathering, I bet you 70% of the gathering there believe what Uzodinma was saying. Why? Because their mentality have been contaminated. They don't think like many of us anymore. That is what they believe, and that is it. Like Abati said, I will agree with him. I do hope that the Labour Party governorship candidates can use this particular word against him. This is a demonstration of Satanism. This is a desperation in the highest level. You know, when you are desperate, we talked about this desperation about 3 days ago here. When you are desperate, you are not interested in anything that will come out of that desperation. You just want to have that thing, and that is it. That is what led Bola Ahmed Tinubu to where he is today. At the beginning, he already said, Emilokon, and that is it. It is my turn. Nobody, absolutely nobody can stop me. Then people now say, oh, it looks like nobody can stop this man. Then let's do what we know best. Article came out. Nigerian came out. Everybody started talking. Then people started saying that, oh, hatred. Those people that is saying that you hate Tinubu, for example, because you are speaking that whoever that want to rule you must have a trace record, or rather a track record. Now, Tinubu is incompetent to be our president. In every ramification. 1, is too old. 2, we don't know his age. 3, a lot of baggages. It's not hatred. You know what that means? It means you care so much about your life, your future, and the future of your children. That is why you don't want an incompetent personality to rule you. Now, let me come to the old age. Because of Tinubu's old age, he was paying the satanic people surrounding him, pretentiously letting him know they love him, whereas they are there because of the money. Then he was paying them to do everything accordingly. Guess what? 80% of the people Tinubu have paid to do everything for them, they are the part of, in fact, they are the one that put Tinubu where he is today. It was somebody that did this Oluwole certificate who did not think. Not be Tinubu by himself go do that certificate. He paid somebody, right? Fine. It was somebody that submitted Tinubu's certificate to INEC, right? Not be Tinubu go submit it by himself. It was somebody that is one way or the other beneficial from benefiting from Tinubu's wealth, right? The person failed to check if signature was there. Although I know when you're doing anything in a satanic way, God have his way to expose you. But nevertheless, these same people surrounding Tinubu, 80% of them are satanic. They don't like Tinubu, talk less of loving him. I'm saying it again. 80% of the people surrounding Tinubu right now, even some of them even pretending, oh, no, you people hate Tinubu, you people hate. Now lie. He don't like Tinubu. He no say we like Tinubu past him. It's just that we don't want him to be our president. There's nothing wrong with that. He's not qualified. But you that is benefiting from him, you are the one that put him where he is today. Because Tinubu is sitting right there, sending everybody an errand. So if you are part of the people telling us sometimes we hate Tinubu, for me, why would I hate Tinubu? For me, I don't even hate anybody in my life. If I don't talk to you anymore today, I just believe that it is time for everybody to have a break. I will never hate you. I will never wish you bad. I will just mind my business. To be honest, I'll mind my business. I will never pray against you. I'm just minding my business. But my prayer is anybody, say amen to this, my people, any man or woman planning evils against me, you, us, may God continue to give them public disgrace. In the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Because that's all I will pray for you. If you are my enemy, you are listening to me right now. Your public disgrace, you don't even know where it's coming from. You are not sure where or when or how it will happen. But I will ask you, if you are listening to me right now, what do you call this Tinubu situation right now? I don't know. For me, I don't know what to call it. But what do you call it? We can't continue like this, be deceiving ourselves. You talk about politicians, you have people that will defend them. Emilokon. You talk about some satanic religious leaders, you have people that will defend them. No, touch not my anointed. You talk about some satanic traditional rulers, you have people that will defend them. You must respect the culture. So what do we talk about then? The sooner you realize that the situation that you and I are facing today caused by these three names: religionism, traditionalism, then satanic past and present rulers. You must question them. We don't pass that level. No, not talk. Hey, they go vessel. You go look like say you disrespect them. As long as you are not calling anybody out, even them themselves know that they are part of our problems. They know that the problems that we all are facing today, they are part of it. They are the creator of those problems. As of today, tell me how many religious leaders speaking for you and I. Tell me. How many? How many religious leaders? How many traditional leaders speaking for you and I right now? Right now. How many? Oh, no. No. None at all. Then we should just be quiet because we must respect culture, isn't it? If you are a traditional ruler, you are doing the right, of course I will respect you. If you're a religious leader, you are doing the right, of course I'll respect you. Of course, we have good traditional leaders. We have good religious leaders. But I am more concerned about us that have allowed our mentality to be captured. Yes, I'm more concerned because if you check the people that is attacking us, it's not the same traditional rulers, it's not the religious leaders. Have you ever seen a religious leader come to my comment section to insult me here? All the emails and WhatsApp messages and all that I'm receiving all the time, messages from Twitter and all that, not be traditional rulers or religious leaders, is us. And this is what they draw. This is their plan for you and I to be fighting ourselves, for you and I to have confusion, division amongst us. They are not the one. So it's pitiful to know that most of us, our mentality is gone. We clap for them. We encourage them to do. It's just like a woman who is taking his son to church on Sunday to go and give thanksgiving because his son came from Malaysia, he bought Benz. But the woman is not interested how he picketed by the Benz. But what she's interested on is just to go to church, go give testimony, and give a bountiful offering. Then even the pastor that want to come outside to anoint the Mercedes will not ask the same son, the woman's son or the boy, how did you manage to have this? You see, our problem is huge in Nigeria. Stop blaming just the government. Blame all of us, including myself, all of us. Blame all of us. Our problem is huge. Yes, we can't continue like this. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I appreciate you all. I would like to quickly wish Madam Naomi Bella happy birthday. If you guys are there, help me to celebrate this woman. She has been with us for years. She's been so encouraging. She has, in fact, she has been very, very supportive. Today's her birthday. Madam Naomi Bella, I wish you a happy birthday, long life, good health, and all the good things of life. May you live long to enjoy the fruit of your labor. May you enjoy everything that you have suffered for. You will not labor for others to enjoy. In the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you very much, Madam Naomi Bella. I appreciate you and I celebrate you. Thank you very much, my people. I'm going to be posting now a link because I want us to take the other stuff that I want to take right now. I want us to take it together. Today is Friday, 29th September, 2023. Happy weekend to every one of you right there. I appreciate you all. Now God bless you now. Let me post out this link. Like I said, I'm just going to post it like that. I did not prepare it. But before people start coming in, I would like to appreciate two or three people that have already super chatted me for today. Then let me go to Amaka Fojabi. Thank you very much, madam. I appreciate you for always being there. Your text is wonderful. Good evening, Mr. Elvis and Nigeria's family. 3 days to go. Happy birthday in advance. Wishing you more glorious years ahead. A big amen to that. Guys, my birthday is on the 2nd of October. Like I said before, I would love to be celebrated by God's grace. It's not by force. You don't have to do it if you don't like me. It's okay. Everybody cannot like you. But if you know you like me and you think I've been doing a good job, I just want to be celebrated. Yes, I remember Dangote said something years ago. He said the only thing that pains his heart is that people don't buy him gift because they believe that he already have it all. Right? Okay, now on an interview, I don't know whether some of you know what that interview. Okay, as for me, I'm not Dangote, right? But with the effort I put in here sometimes, some of you might just think that, no, God go bless him. And I know hear him. I don't know if I get it. I don't know hear him. Really, really, for your house, you pray for me. And you never tell me one day. That is, I don't know. Everybody might be different. That encouragement is not really there. Because I need you. You are like the petrol I'm using to do what I'm doing today. So if you don't give me petrol, my car will stop for road. Right? So on the 2nd of October, which is on Monday, please, if you love me, you don't have to love me if you don't love me. You don't have to like me if you don't like me. But if you do, come around on Monday
show it. May God bless every one of you. Thank you very much. I have a couple of people already right there. Let me appreciate 2 more here before I start accepting you people in. I don't like watch, my brother. Thank you very much for being there. You've been with me for a while. I want to say thank you for your continued support, and I'm very, very grateful. Jaja, thank you very much. I really appreciate this as well. May God bless you. May none of your pocket be run dry in the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you very much, my people. You say, thank you, Mr. Elvis. Posterity will judge you well. Amen. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate every one of you. Let me accept the people that is here with me. Give us a mandate. Thank you. I don't see you, my brother. Mr. Felix, that's fine. I don't see you, Mother Rita. I don't see you. Thank you very much. Then I have Mr. Kenneth. I don't see you already. Mr. Kenneth, don't join us today after like how many years? Mr. Kenneth, where have you been?
This has to change. I have been busy, but at least I'm happy I'm back today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. It's good to have you here. Thank you. Engineer Francis, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. I appreciate every one of you. Good evening to you, sir. All right. Good evening. Give us a mother. Good evening, Mr. Felix and Mother Rita. I appreciate every one of you. So before others will join us right now, everybody is happy that we are doing this job. But why is the question I'm asking? Why? Why are you not happy that we're fighting for a better Nigeria? Oh, wow. All right, guys. I would like us to take this quickly. Thank you very much for your patience. May God bless you all.
The Supreme Court has affirmed the nomination of Athan Achonu as the authentic candidate of the Labour Party for the governorship election in Imo State. The Labour Party says the decision is a confirmation that Julius Abure is the authentic chairman of the party. The court dismissed the appeal by the Lamidi Apapa-led faction against the Labour Party over the rightful candidate of the party for lack of locus standi. Meanwhile, Achonu says he's now better equipped to run a people-led government if he wins the election. He is appealing to eligible voters in Imo State to collect their permanent voter card.
Today at the Supreme Court, the learned justices put an end to the charade, the masquerading, the disguise, the pretense, and all the gimmicks, subterfuge, and smoke screen being played out by the so-called Apapa group. We thank our Lord Justices that they have seen through their gimmick. The Labour Party is one, led by Barrister Julius Abure as national chairman.
Senator Athan Achonu is not only the INEC known candidate, he's the only candidate of the Labour Party for the Imo State governorship election that has been backed by an order of court.
I'm calling on all Imolites to now come out in their numbers to campaign and champion the cause of taking back Imo for themselves. Because what is happening there is atrocious.
Joining us now on the morning show to discuss the party's victory at the Supreme Court of Nigeria is Dr. Yunusa Tanko, National Director of Media, Labour Party. Good morning and welcome to the morning show. The Labour Party belief, and of course the result of some election petition tribunals where some of your members have been sacked from whether House of Representatives. Do you think that has affected momentum? Because you talk about structure, and that is one area that the Labour Party was criticized for during the build-up to the general elections in February and in March. Do you think that that has affected your members or the momentum of the Labour Party? And on another note, I'd like you to give a general assessment. I mean, since you're in the opposition now, of the administration as we look forward to the Independence Day celebration, well, marking of the Independence Day on the 1st and public holiday on the 2nd. What's your general assessment of this government, and what would the Labour Party have done better or differently?
Okay, now with regard to probably the dampening spirit, not at all. What the judgment and some of the rulings that you are seeing coming up, it kind of exhume the inner minds of the Nigerian youth. There's a danger looming ahead because majority of the judgment have been seen to have been one-sided because of the interests of those in position of power. And it's not going down well with the Nigerian youth, I can tell you. So if you think that probably their spirit is being dampened, no. In fact, they are regrouping and rethinking that, look, if they cannot find justice in our judiciary, then there must be an alternative solution to our problem. My fear is this: we cannot continue to legalize illegality. I repeat, legalize illegality brutally and, you know, deceitfully with a level of disdain, because we have seen cases where the NYSC certificate that almost all of us are meant to suffer for, we go through for complete 1 year. Some of them could not even, you know, survive the course, but they end up graduating, and then they are hoping, you know, gladly and feeling the sign of proudness, and then being a Nigerian, that they can present that particular certificate as a yardstick for them to become somebody in life. Now, courts are saying that those particular documents are not important. That is dangerous. And I can tell you, it only spurs them to do more and prepare to challenge the establishment. That is one. With regard to the issue of probably this particular government coming to October 1, with all due respect, this government is suffering from the issue of legitimacy, and they are already making catastrophic mistakes. Catastrophic mistakes, it shows that they are ill-prepared. You see, there's a saying that they say that when the head of a fish is rotten, the whole body becomes rotten. And I give an example. We have a president that we are challenging his legitimacy as it were now. Even as we speak, our president is saying that he's pleading and begging that his result, which is supposed to be his strength, should not be disclosed to Nigerians. That is very, very appalling and challenging. And I find this very demeaning to the whole of Nigerians. Those intellectuals, those lawyers who are defending this particular should think about the grievance of this particular attempt of what they are trying to institutionalize in this country. And that, of course, has dovetailed into two of the ministers who are still serving. One of them is still serving as an NYSC member, yet that person is a minister. So what this simply means is that if I happen to be an Angora man in Kano State, if I have money, I can manipulate my way. I can buy off the system. I can buy off INEC. I can buy off certificate from the university. I can do anything I want because I have money, and I can institutionalize it. Then I can be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which means that education does not matter anymore. Rule of law and order does not matter anymore. That means that anybody who has the capacity to manipulate itself into power can be in power. And the danger here is that continuously Nigerians now are orchestrating and arranging themselves in that order. And that puts democracy in danger. For those who have sold the idea of democracy to us, they should be careful, and they should orchestrate and deal with this matter urgently for the future of democracy and the survival of Nigeria.
Okay, Dr. Tanko, for you to be president of Nigeria, you don't need to buy a certificate. You don't even need to bother yourself. The fact that you can speak English, in the opinion of INEC, you can be anything in Nigeria. That's what the law says. So that's just the reality. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, my people. We are done with that particular video right now. Okay, I would like us to go to Dele Farotimi. You know, I want you guys to listen to what Dele Farotimi have to say about Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You know, this particular clip is trending right now. Then we'll take the reactions from Nigerians all over the world. Thank you very much, my people. Thanks for your time with us. Please press on the like button. Help us to share. Press on that like button. It's very, very important. Support us by pressing on the $ as well. May God bless you all. I saw post out a link earlier on. I will do that. Let me finish this presentation. Then I'll post out a link again. Listen to this.
You can say you like about Tinubu, please.
Oh, I am very, very happy. I thank God for Tinubu. Without Tinubu, I wouldn't have known that we can have fake bishops. Without Tinubu, I wouldn't have known that some men that I thought were honorable men are not honorable. Without Tinubu, I wouldn't have lost more than half the people I grew up with and thought were my friends, who have now discovered are largely ethnic and ethno-religious jingoists. And they are not just Yorubas, some Igbos are among them, and some Hausas as well. I'm talking about friends across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Tinubu has been very good at unveiling the true nature of people. So all the horrible people who had been busy protesting to be men of God, one can see them clearer. That's because of Tinubu. If Tinubu were to be a man whose evil was ambiguous, if it was possible to say maybe he's not bad, it would have been very easy for them to continue pontificating and sounding like men of God. But the fact that the man is so unrepentantly and clearly evil, and they have found accommodation for him, and they are the ones excusing the evil, explaining the evil, looking to normalize the evil, they don't even mind taking off their own garments of honor to cloak a filthy felon. Tinubu can only be thanked, though. I thank God for Tinubu. Without Tinubu, I wouldn't know the things I know today. Some people I thought were men. In fact, some people I thought were gods. They've been revealed to be men. Just men. Just men. So Tinubu has been a very good thing for this country. Excellent thing. How would we have known how useless our judiciary is if it wasn't for Tinubu? Tinubu has been a fantastic blessing to Nigeria. So now we know that some men who used to pontificate about honesty does not matter to them. Men who used to talk about citizenship, freedom, electoral rights, it doesn't matter to them. Now we know. If it wasn't for Tinubu, how would I know? Some men would have gone to their graves with honor if it wasn't for Tinubu. Do you know how many people Tinubu has turned naked? No, I am thankful for Tinubu.
Is there anything?
Kai, this clip, Dele Faratimina, God go bless you for us. This one a Yoruba man, oh. Some of them where they generalize. Yoruba people, I dey tell you now all the time. Maybe you say some. Some people you say no, now all you no, just say some. So not be Yoruba man. Payo Adebayo not be Yoruba man. Thank you very much, my people. Let's take on people's reaction to this. But before that, I would like to quickly appreciate Mr. Louis Okonkwo. Thank you very much, sir, for the super chat. May God bless you. Thanks for always being there. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Your text is wonderful. He said, greetings, the Niger Watch family. Mr. Elvis, thank you for providing this special platform for us to present our views. God will continually bless you and your family. A big amen to that. And you too, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May God bless you too. Guys, make an help us press on the $, press on the like button, help us to share. Just do your part, any part. If you can press on the $, do it. If you can press on that like, you have done it already. You know, if you can share the same thing, just at least when you come to this platform, do your parts. It's very, very important. May God bless every one of you. Thank you. Let's take on reactions from people here. I have a couple of reactions though, but let's take it from here. Although, let's take this one by one. We have Oga CM with me today. Oga CM, are you there with us? Good evening to you, sir.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, good evening, Niger Watch.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Niger Watch. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you. I want to give you an assignment too. I hope you're available.
No worry.
I beg, most start. Take her.
Okay. Brother Baffy again. I be like, say we go invite this chap. May he come here, come take resident. May he come take resident. No, may he come reside here now. Brother Bath in his Twitter handle, Brother Bath. No one loves evil unless he or she is one. They wish 200, number one, they wish 200 million people cry. They wish they cry for 4 years or even 8. They hate the people for choosing the truth. Number 4, they deride them for rejecting evil. Hey. They are happy. Number 5, they are happy that truth is wounded at the moment. Number 6, they are glad that uprightness hasn't triumphed as yet. Number 7, Nigerians choose light, but they run into their evil crafted darkness, and from there say, let darkness breathe. Number 8, whoever loves a forger loves forgery. I agree. Number 9, whoever calls a perjurer a master strategist can perjure at any given opportunity. That is also true. Number 10, read the comments below and spot those that will insult me. Avoid them. They are the members of the company of the devil. Number 11, no one loves evil unless he or she is one. That's true. Number 12, Nigeria shall live in light, not in darkness. Those putting off her light shall be confounded and be confined in the darkness they conjure. Number 13, peace and joy shall be the portion of every Nigerian of goodwill. I agree, and it will be.
Thank you, Oga CM. Then other people tweeted their reactions. Let's take this one as well.
Okay, yeah. The Emperor said, when I listen to Dele, meaning Dele Farotimi, I believe, when I listen to Dele, I always remind myself that people with incorruptible character will always be found in all parts of this country. That's sure. All eyes on Nigerian judiciary. Some wisdom can be bought with money. They come as we pass through trials and temptation. Age is not a factor in honor, but integrity is a sure factor. As much as everyone will be tempted, only men of integrity will stand the test of time. Mazi Ibem had this to say: they can still go to their graves without honor if they don't confess to all they know about Tinubu on one hand, and the cabal holding Nigeria and Nigerians down. They have no shame at all. That's sure. Then Dele Farotimi, patriotic guy, probably writing to Dele Farotimi. He said Dele Farotimi is the reason why I will never...
Everybody, all the reaction you are reading, all of them are reacting to Dele Farotimi's video.
Okay, yeah. So patriotic guy had this to say: Dele Farotimi is the reason why I will never agree with anyone who tries to generalize when you compare. Is quite incisive. This man has always shown that he is a man of honor. Evil exists everywhere, but the just will be vindicated. Yes, that's true. Next, please. Chukso Buago had this to say: Uncle Dele is a special breed. Man knows how to use those sarcasms and innuendos to drive home his points. It's true. It's true. Yeah. Okolo Ben had this to say: we need to also be thankful for Bubu, because only he could have been able to bring the highest form of uselessness to leadership that would enable a kleptomaniac like Tinubu to have an ambition to become the president. So I'm thankful for Buhari, the useless. Okay. Obonnaya Frank Eke had this to say: wow, Nigeria is blessed with intelligent people. This is vintage Dele Farotimi. There must be a turnaround in Nigeria. Nigeria shall be great when the best of us leads the rest of us. That day will surely and suddenly come as joy in the morning after many nights of mourning. Ooh, this is hopeful, inspiring. V3C, whatever that means, had this to say: Tinubu as a concept should be studied in history. The concept stroke personality has revealed or exposed to the concept stroke personality has revealed or exposed to us many that are not genuine but have been paraded to be genuine even to some men of God. Thank you, Tinubu. Okay, Tinubu. Where is Tinubu?
Tinubu now he put for there.
Okay, deliberately. Okay, Tinubu. I thought he said.
I don't know why. Anyway, thank you very much, Dr. CM. God bless you.
No,
Yes.
but one of them is missing. We've not read about. Has anybody seen any tweet or anything written by Shoyinka since this Professor Shoyinka anyway? Since this Chicago release or don't release?
No. We'll never do them. We'll never take them.
Okay, maybe we are still waiting. Anybody, maybe because it's not about P2B and the obedience.
Yeah, exactly. He never talk about them at all. You know, we are still waiting. Let me quickly take this one. Thank you very much, Dr. CM. Although you guys might not be able to see this properly, but I'd like to take it from here.
Okay, you can see.
This is just coming in now like 21 minutes ago. Breaking news.
I read them. I'm hearing that I'm hearing that the U.S. judge Nancy Maldonado of the U.S. District Court, Northern District of Illinois, has requested and received the appeal court judgment that affirms Bola Tinubu's victory. That is the appeal court judgment in Nigeria. That is the those five leprous fingers of a judge. Now, I am certain that the judge had gone through everything and still wondering how did he become president. The Nigerian court tried to delay by not sending the document to her. The trust say we get obedient and well-meaning Nigerians everywhere. However, a source at the appeal court sneaked out a copy and handed to a U.S. embassy official, which was routed through a Lufthansa flight to Chicago last night. That is Thursday night. Hey, Judge Maldonado has now received the certified true copy of the Nigeria's appeal court judgment through FedEx this morning and currently studying them to help her in her judgment, which is studying to help them. Studying them to help her in her judgment, which is expected on Monday. The judgment don't reach her hand now. Shame on all the 5 judges. Thanks, Mr. Jackson Ude. Wow,
that be small thing, no. This morning, I reach her hand. This morning.
If he be saying that he could pay the flight ticket to do that. Anyway, let me add this in. You know, as a former vice president, I'm not trying to praise Atiku, but as a former he must have his insider in every government. That's what I'm saying. Because this is his project. It's like his personal project. He's pursuing it. So he must have an insider in every government, even to those to bring out the judgment and then ferry it by Lufthansa, maybe first class.
But the U.S. DOJ, remember the Department of Justice has an unlimited budget. Their budget is even higher than the executive. Whatever they want, they get it. So if they want what's the name of that fastest aircraft from Nigeria to here, Lufthansa, they will get it and they will pay for it. The DOJ is it.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Thank you very much, my people. I would like to quickly take. I still have 2 articles here to take so we can start talking, you know. But meanwhile, let's take this pathetic one first. This one actually breaks my heart, you know, regardless of what we're talking about human being here. A minister was poisoned in Abuja. So, first way poison them now, they say they never know. Currently, she's battling for her life right there in the hospital of Abuja. So let's take this one quickly here. You know, Nigerian minister poisoned in Abuja, fight for her life in hospital. Okay, Nigerian tourism minister has been hospitalized in Abuja after suffering acute poisoning from unknown origin. People gathered was told as her family members fear time was running against their effort to save her life. Lola Ade John, 60, was rushed to the Federal Medical Center, Jabi, shortly after they started manifesting symptoms of her poisoning. According to the family source familiar with her ordeal, she has spent 4 days at the facility as of Friday morning, the Gazette heard. Ms. Ade John, a career banker and tech investor, has been on a machine to aid her breathing. Our source said specific as to what substance she ingested and how could not immediately established by the People's Gazette. Police and the state security services did not immediately return a request on whether or not any investigations had been opened into the matter. Her worsening situation has further set the family against the government, with the permanent secretary of the ministry said to be the disagreement as to whether she should continue receiving treatment at a public hospital or move to a better equipped private facility downtown. The permanent secretary, Ngozi Nwandike, was said to have insisted that the minister should not be transferred because of FMC is a public hospital and its services wouldn't attract substantial charges to the government. A position our family rebuffed, but they remained with her as they could not raise funds to move her to a private hospital. Is she a minister? They could not raise funds. Is that for real? A minister? I don't understand this article. Let me take that part again. But the family remained with her as they could not raise funds to move her to a private hospital. Our sources said a phone number for the permanent secretary did not connect on Friday morning. A spokesperson for the FMC did not immediately return a request seeking comment from the Gazette about Ms. Adejohn's condition. I'll stop you right there. I don't understand. Did anybody understand this article?
I think I'm confused too, because a minister is supposed to have the health benefits from the federal government, don't they?
Exactly, and she's supposed to have the fund as well. She's supposed to have the money, right?
Yeah, even if she doesn't have her own, but the federal government should have her health insurance and stuff. That's why I'm confused. What's going on there?
Yeah, but why are they complaining about the quality of the hospital? Aren't they supporting the government that brought that? They're making the hospital in Jabi seem like it's not competent. So we are all in this mess. So they should, everybody should take it.
Angle. I know say Madarita will come from this angle. You know, I deliberately don't want to come from there because somebody is in the sick bed right now. But yes, you are right, because you know they created.
Mr. Elvis, there's a lot of women who are in the labor room right now. They've given birth and they give them their placenta. I have seen it. Go to the labor rooms in Nigeria when women are they've given birth. They're giving them their placenta in a handbag, in a paper bag, just beside their bed. So what's the difference between this minister and the poor boy who has passed on because of 500 Naira Panadol, or the women the people that are sick? Listen. When it comes to the elites like this, nobody prays to be sick. But let us not pat it down because she's fighting for her life, allegedly. But there's a lot of people who have passed on that are not supposed to pass on. Babies. She's in her 60s. What about babies? What about the 5-year-old child there? What about the pregnant woman? What about the girl that was raped and she's pregnant and she's by herself? What about those people? She's not special, or she's not better than them. We are all in this mess. All these people that supported this government, the successive evil government in this country that has not been able to uplift the health sector, we are all going to suffer it. Now they're looking for money for private hospital. Who owns these private hospitals? You know, so listen, we're all in this mess, I beg. This is not time for sorry for anybody. I pray that she gets better, but this is not time to be careful. Let us say it is as it is, so the system can change. The system has to change. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Rita. I can see
my brother. Sorry to call me. Sorry.
Okay.
In respect of show.
You said what?
I said in respect of this minister's issue that you all presented to us now. I guess that we offend the little people or many people today, because if justice cannot be served to all Nigerians, I don't see anybody who is in the political power holders or office holder that should demand justice.
Okay. Thank you. You know, if justice cannot be served equally amongst Nigerians, then nobody is more Nigerian than any Nigerian. Yeah, I support that. You know, thank you very much, my people. I can see on the comment section somebody is saying that she's broke.
She just came to the country not long and all that. So, oh, I never finished my presentation, no. Madam.
Can I say something?
Hold on, sir. Hold on. I already picked a call. Good evening to you, madam. Thank you very much. I've never finished my presentation and not let me talk. Go ahead, ma. 1 minute.
Okay, it's just about this minister in the hospital. I support everybody. I don't pray that she dies or anything bad happens to her, but the Nigeria needs to start happening to them so they will know that things need to be done. We have not finished Tinubu's yet, and this one is coming up. Something has to be happening to all of them so they will know that they are not better than any Nigerian. Yeah, God is working for us.
Okay. But what about the good one? What about if she is a good person?
Well, I'm sorry about that. That's why I pray that nothing happens to her. But I mean, God has a way of doing things. Sometimes some innocent ones will go for it. I don't pray for much of that because Nigeria has gone through a lot. But I don't know if she's or not. But let things start happening to show them that God is at work.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, ma. Thank you very much. Give us a minute. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I think to what Madam Ritan said, and then somebody was saying on the comment section, she's not part of the evil system. The fact that if you just oppose this with Delefaro Timi's video, the fact that she can even take a ministerial nomination under this drug baron called Amoda.
God bless you, my brother.
See, Mr. Elvis, if Tinubu say, I will give you the whole world tomorrow, Elvis Edigan, use your platform to support me. Will you support him?
Mr. Elvis, brother, number 11. Read number 11 of what brother Bat said. Number 11. It explains this. Go to number 11 and read it again. It's just one sentence, and that is exactly what we are saying. So whether she's good or bad, that's not the point. They're all part of this system.
So you will not support it. So one thing is, that young guy that took ministerial nomination, that the minister that they bullied under Senate. We said the fact that he took that nomination shows that he's only a fake. So I pray that the woman gets better, but the fact that you can take a nomination that Tinubu shows that you are dining and whining with them.
Thank you.
Now let me go offend people today. Now you say we get him.
All right. According to Madam Rita, you are right. Number 11, no one loves evil unless he or she is one of them. Yeah. Oh God. Wow. Okay. Let's take this one on, so that we can have the proper time to talk. Let me quickly take these guys. APM marches to Supreme Court seek Tinubu's removal as president. As we speak right now, nobody knows where Tinubu whereabouts. We don't know where he is. Meanwhile, the Allied People Movement, APM, has joined other aggrieved political parties like the People Democratic Party and Labour Party to seek the nullification of President Bola Tinubu election victory at the Supreme Court. One moment, my people. The APM content that the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal decision of September 6 upholding Mr. Tinubu as having legitimately won the election was flawed because the court only dismissed their petition on ground of doubt nomination rather than looking at the issue from perspective that Mr. Tinubu failed to choose a running mate within the 14-day window stipulated by the law following the withdrawal of placeholder Kabiru Masari. I'll leave that right there. I think this one is quite long, but maybe they take the protest there. We want them to go there. Thank you very much, my people. I'll like us to. Okay, I have a couple of people on the backstage. Okay, Peace Soft just joined us now. Madam Busy Brace with us as well. Thank you, Oga Peace Soft. So, good evening to you, sir. All right. Let me quickly acknowledge Madam Busy Brace. Thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you, madam. Okay. We'll come to you. Everybody just stay mute. Just stay mute. Thank you. Okay, good. We've done that. My people,
not be smart, this country matter. Then before we start talking,
sorry, Oga Elvis, I'm so sorry. I was trying to unmute myself, and
okay,
it was,
good evening to you, madam. That's
job.
fine.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. All protocols observed. I agree to now. Good evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, I would like us to come back to Mohbad. Let me quickly take this one as well so that we can take everything together. Mohbad, as you all know, that I was surprised to see that Omokri went to interview Mohbad. I don't know. I believe many of you have watched that particular video, and for me, I was shocked because that interview.
My brother, sorry, not Mohbad, Naira Marley.
Oh, sorry, man. About Mohbad was interviewed Naira Marley concerning the death of Mohbad. For me, watching that video, I was very, very confused. But I don't know about others, but I thought I should bring it here, even though I know many of you have seen it. I actually posted the video 2 days ago by myself, in other of our platforms. But let's quickly listen to this video here.
Music since then, and the music that he's been making, the copyrights and all of that, they belong to him, not to you, correct?
Yep.
So the only times that you guys had together was between the time you signed him, which was what year?
2019, my hottest year. I signed him my hottest year, 2019, December.
Okay. December, so 2019 to 2022, you signed him, you recorded him, and then after that, he left. So you are not making money from his new music. Those accusations are not true, correct?
I'm not making money from his new music that is dropping outside Malian music. No, we not stopping his growth. We're not stopping him from dropping music. When he left, it was gone from Malian music.
Okay, you see, we live in, will I say, a time when a lot of our people, especially in Nigeria, can be, will I say, they can easily believe stories, because we've heard people who have said that our former president, immediate past president, General Muhammadu Buhari, he died and was replaced by a clone named Jibril from Sudan. And so, it's very easy for people to believe, all of these things. So now we've known, by the laws of physics, you weren't even in Nigeria. And
everything is a lie. Everything. There's a reason why. There's a reason why a lot of people probably trying to blame me for their own reason. I don't know why, but everybody can see it's a lie. Like something happened to him on the day he was out. Why there people are trying to cover up some things? Like I said.
So Aziz, you cannot say that everybody knows it's a lie. A lot of people are blaming you. In case you don't know, you've lost hundreds of thousands of followers on Instagram. So we need to clear the air. We need to clear the air with the truth.
That's true. The losing followers is not like anything to me right now. Like Mohbad is late. It's not here anymore. That's a lot. That's more than I'd rather lose all my followers and have him here. You understand? My followers that's a very small thing in this situation. It's very, very small.
But
the hair is really, really important, and I believe the Nigerian police are doing their job. The government agency, they're doing their job, and the truth is gonna come out.
One thing has already come out. When you say the truth is gonna come out, we've already begun to see
the whole truth is gonna come out.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop that video there. Some of you do not watch them already. For me, I was disappointed watching this interview because, one, Reno Omokri is not, is he a journalist? No, he's not, to the best of my knowledge. So that interview, I don't really know what to say. But when it gets to
Elvis, I've not watched the interview. I've shied away from even looking for it when I heard I really purposely did not. This is the first time I'm even hearing the Naira Marley's voice, and I am stunned. Very, very stunned. He is so illiterate. He sounds so what's the word? So simple, so thick, so dumb. You can just see his life is full of crime. He ran out he didn't stay inside classroom. he didn't look, from the way he was even articulating himself, like he did not sit inside classroom. They will send him to school, he will run out.
All right. When it gets to your turn, everybody can talk about it. You know, unfortunately, my people, I can't finish that video because of time. But meanwhile, the Simon Larry have been apprehended yesterday. You know, I think he presented himself to the police or they arrested. I don't know. But he issued out a statement yesterday saying that, oh, this is what happened. You guys remember that video where, you know, he attacked Mohbad, you know, on a video shoot. You know, at the end of the day, he said he borrowed Mohbad 2 million naira when Mohbad was under Naira Marley. You know, then I asked him to give me my money. He told me that he lost his phone and blah, 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 and all that. You know, that is why, you know, after telling me that he lost his phone and the money is not available, whatever, then...
My brother, sorry to interrupt. He did say he borrowed it. He said he paid him for an event that Mohbad was unable to, did not come to the event.
Okay, now, yes, he now asked him to pay the money back, right? Okay, yes. Said he now asked him to pay the money back because I don't just want to read the statement. I want to quickly pick inside. I don't want to read any notes about these people because I'm still very, very angry. You know, so he said he now asked him to pay the money back as long as you did not come up on the event. Then Mohbad now said he lost his phone, he lost this and all that. But 24 hours later, I now get to know that Mohbad was shooting a music video. Then he went there to disrupt the music video, you know, because of his money. So what this man was doing there was he was trying to let people know that that circulated video where he attacked Mohbad, you know, when he was shooting a video was because of his money. But now the question now is, because there are more questions raising eyebrow right now, that how on earth will you pay for Mohbad to come and play for you when Mohbad, because according to him, he said Mohbad was still under Naira Marley at that time. Normally, it shouldn't be so. So for me, I don't know what to say on this. I'm really, really confused. Why the Mohbad mom? Because I saw a video of 1 or 2 people saying that Mohbad mom shouldn't be blamed, that she you know, we generalized it that everybody failed Mohbad, his mother failed, his father failed and all that. But some people were there protecting the mother, saying that the mother did not fail, the mother was there and all that, blah, blah, blah. You know, for me, I still stand my ground that the mother failed, and she did not only fail, she failed woefully. The father failed, he did not only fail, he failed woefully. If you want to talk about the normal citizens of the country, there we failed normally. You know, because his music, his continuous music that he was releasing, we didn't pay any attention to it. But Mohbad's mom failed. In fact, she even failed more. Because at the interview that many of you are circulating everywhere, that watch this and some lunatic and illiterate people doing this different kind of videos to justify and protect the mother, you know, everybody have their perception. You know, you cannot be making video at the same time and be insulting the people that is attacking, or rather calling out the Mohbad's mom. And part of the people that called out Mohbad's mom, and I'll continue to call her out, she failed as a mother, and the father failed as a father. Then this is the statement from Mohbad's mother. That interview was on Yoruba. This is the video here. It was in Yoruba, but the interpretation is what I want to play. You know, except you people want us to listen to the video and leave this interpretation. What she was talking about, let me just put it here for you guys to know that the video is right here with me. I hope I've not... okay, I think this is the video. Yes, this is the video. Listen to this video. 1 minute now. I'll read this.
Enjoy ayé tó fi kú láti ayé Naira tí mo ti mọ̀ mí mẹ́ntọ́ máa ń pè ní Naira ọmọ mi ló jẹ́ kí n mọ̀ òun ló jẹ́ kí n mọ̀ wàhálà tó.
Okay, I'll stop you right there. She failed woefully, and the father failed woefully. Nobody can cajole me with the crocodile tears. You know. Now let me read this before I will say why I stand by my words. You can see here, my son said, I shouldn't eat any food I was given whenever I visit him in Naira Marley's house, Mohbad's mom. My son did not enjoy his life till he died.
Since he met Naira, I did not know who Naira was. It was my son that made me know him. The troubles he put my son through made me know him. I visited Naira Marley to ask him what my son did to him. Yes, I saw that video where the mother was kneeling down, begging Naira Marley and all that. Fine. Some of the videos that I'm seeing, you know, they also mentioned those ones. We are getting somewhere. But he could not point out one thing he did to offend him. We even wanted to take him away from Naira Marley one time, but we weren't allowed. Yet my son did not have rest of mind. Whenever my son was driving, he gets really scared. He lived in fear till he died. Sometimes he will refuse to go to shows. He will tell me that he is scared because I don't know the name of that Naira second. Okay, they always beat him. They beat him regularly. I don't know whenever he cries, but I was told he was always crying anytime he's in the car. I wasn't even aware that he's always crying, but I begged my son that he should allow me speak out. Mona, listen to this part, because this is where some people got carried away. I begged my son. I'll read that paragraph 3 times. I beg my son. He should allow me speak out. He will discourage me not to talk. I'm coming back to that place. We are getting somewhere. Then, whenever I visit him in Marley's house, any food they serve me, I don't eat it. I don't really eat like that. I always fast in the morning. I even lost appetite for food because of the condition I met my son. One of the bullet point all this place down. I'm getting somewhere. Mona, listen to this thing properly, or if it's possible, be reading it on your own, because I'm getting somewhere. I can't even eat the food they give me. Whenever he returns from an outing, he will rush to me and say, "Mommy, I trust you. I know you did not eat the food they serve you." He will take the food and wine they gave me and flush it in the toilet. He will warn me never to eat the food they give me in that house because he doesn't want me to die. Then I told him that you don't want to die, but you are living here. Please leave. But he told me he signed 3 years contract and he completed his 3 years contract, but the beating and physical assault did not stop. One day I went there. They said I should be taken to hotel to sleep. I refused. I insisted on sleeping where my son sleeps. Why do you want to take me somewhere and my son isn't coming with me? I said, I'm not going. This is everything this woman talked about on that video where I play just now. Ladies and gentlemen, from the beginning to the end, for those of you that understand Yoruba, you've played that video, and for this interpretation right now that I've read, beginning to the end, I repeat again, from beginning to the end, una hear where Mama say, my son asked me not to cry out, but as a mother, I did this, I did that. Una hear am? You see, so people get carried away by emotions. This woman as a mother, what did you do as a mother that carried a son for 9 months? What did you do on your own? There are many mothers listening to me right now. If your son tell you saying they sick, he get headache, your leg don't cut everywhere just to make sure say your son survive. Now this woman came with a crocodile's tears, telling the world that my son told me not to talk. Now, what did you, because your son is not alive anymore now, so it's the best time for you to say, okay, for example, I went to the police station on my own, I wanted to let the police know what my son is passing through, or I went to so place. Please, man, please, keep your understanding of this whole situation to yourself and let everybody keep theirs to themselves. We pray none of us, both you that is turning it around or me that is turning it around, I pray none of us should experience this situation. Because trust me, the parents, the mother, the father, for me, I don't know about you, For me, the father failed woefully and the mother failed woefully. And the same mother said, my son rented a shop for me and he gave me 5 million naira to buy goods on it. Right? They never buried his son. His son, we are still looking for how we want to do everything. Then she said at the moment now she's looking for, she's not going back to Ikorodu anymore because she's scared. She's looking for somebody that she will rent that place for so that she'll be getting money from there for a daily bread. Now, for you to make that statement at all, they're looking for somebody that you want to rent it for to get money. You're already trying to get sympathy from the public. Why your son? People are still aggrieved. Listen, guys, listen. Everybody is different. Everybody is different. Everybody should understand that everybody have different view in things like this. From beginning to the end, this woman not talk anything, say, I did this. There's nothing like I did this to rescue my son. My son told me not to talk. Then you can't use cloth, tie your mouth. But when the money they come, you lose your mouth. And you guys are telling me that what if you know you supported everything about this woman, I want to pray for you today. If you have a son or a child and your child cried to you, he said, Mommy, better not talk, and you stay silent, I don't want to pray for you. To be honest, I don't want to pray for you because I know say you that is supporting them, you will not do it to your child. Your leg go cut for road to make sure you know what is wrong with your pikin. Now today when they hear all those things, he was scared. He was scared. They talk about your son for a year. Is anything wrong if you die, your son leave? Is there anything wrong with that? People should tell me, is anything wrong? Papa die or mama die, pikin leave, and then people go call you hero, say, now because of your pikin, now you die. Is anything wrong with that? Why must you allow your son to die? What are you people talking about? I thought I should bring this here today because for me, I'm not a carry the talk. I talk with an evidence. I'll read it for you. I'll bring it. The video is here. If in case some satanic people want to doubt the interpretation, not be me right hand, then I'll play the video here. People, the video is still there. It's still right there. Yeah. He did there. She was crying, giving her story and all that. People should accept that both of them failed, and they failed woefully. Nobody should pray to have parents like them. Because they didn't do any. That boy was just alone. He was left and right before he died. What are we talking about? Please, let me. If your pikin saying they sick alone, food not supposed to pass your mouth. Talking about he gave me 5 million to carry a house, to carry this, to do this. He rented the house for me. He do this. Then the papa, they say 2 million where Davido give me. They don't take 1 million for his side. They don't do. Waiting. No matter be as you get to. Let me pick this call so that I can come to the panel. Mr. Edwin, thanks for calling in, sir. Good evening to you. Mr. Edwin, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good evening. How is everything?
Good evening to you, sir.
I'm listening to you very much about this thing. Okay, Elvis, what you are saying, you are not making a mistake, but I want to correct one thing. You see, may God not let us come from a family that poverty has ripened. This family have suffered from poverty, and they see that Marley and co as a total threat, and they were afraid. What you are saying is the correct thing the woman is supposed to do as a mother that carrying the child in the womb. But most mothers will do this thing because they are seeing that guy like second God, like a demigod. So they are said to do anything. He can perish us. He can wipe our family away. He can do and not do. They are the owner of Nigeria. They have that power. That is what folded these people. And with the fear, the son was what the son was saying. The son was directing them to the mother in total, and then also make her to understand that these people are dangerous and deadly. That is one of those things that can stop mothers like this not to go forward. At the end, such mothers will always say, hey, God, they don't pass God. They are no more than God. I will leave their matter to God. That is only word that will come out from such mothers. But what you said is true, my brother. Thank you very much.
God bless
and
you, sir.
Thank you for everything. And your presentation is wonderful in it. But
God
this is
bless
it. Our mothers should listen and now also realize that they have to take the bull by the horn and not only listen to the threat that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May God bless you. Thank you very much, sir. Let me take the last call quickly. Mr. F.A., thanks for calling in, my brother. Good evening to you. Please talk to us quickly.
Nigerian, good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Nigerian, you see that this mobile mom, the woman, he feel mobile way. When anytime they play this video, and sometimes I they remember my mom. I remember when I was a little boy, I was there that kind 8 years, 10 years. If my mom, just come on, sometimes my mom go open my eye whether I get fever. You go ask me, say, sometimes if I dey touch my leg, you go ask me, say, person knock you. You go they ask me question, bro, everything you talk, and God will bless you. That woman, he failed that boy.
Thank you, my
Although
brother.
I lost my mom, but I see the way my mom take care for me, when I was childhood, you see the sickness where I see, but the woman said, for me to buy, he ready to buy.
Thank you, my brother. God bless you.
May God bless you. I defeat tears as you play this guy music. May God bless you, sir. Thank you.
God bless you, my dear brother. Thank you. There's what we call, it's simple. It's just simple as ABCD. Your pikin date stress. Your mama talking about herself that my son was always in fear. My son, if he wants to go to show, he's always scared. That they beat my pikin, and you know. What did you do? Telling us that he give you 5 million, he rent house for you, you do this. From your statement till finish, when way they do your video, they look for view here and there. When I not feel note say this woman not talk once, say despite that my son told me not to talk, I did this. What did you do? Now make me they tell you, anybody that will justify this we are doing right now, do it to your child. Now they will know if you are heartless or not. If your pikin get headache, how do you feel? If you dey house, how? 2 people failed woefully. Now be papa and mama. Both of them failed equally and they failed woefully. Thank you very much, my people. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I appreciate you all for your time. I'd like to start calling on the people on the panel now so that we can hear from them. Dr. Alexander Gomez, thank you very much, sir. Good evening to you. It's good to see you on the panel every day. Sammy Gilmed, thank you very much, sir. May God bless you. Good evening to you as well. Yeah, thank you very much for the support. I appreciate every one of you right there. My people, please do us a favor by pressing on the like button. Let's start hearing from the people that is right here with us right now. Just press on the like button. Currently, the like that we have now. We have 295. Please make we take and go 400. We can do that because we have over 700 people watching us right now. If we can take it to 400, that would be nice. Press on the like button, my people. Now God bless you now. Thank you very much, my people. Let me call on the first person on the panel today, which is Give Us a Mandate. Give Us a Mandate. I don't know whether I don't write me already because I never look anywhere since. So I don't know if anybody say
yeah, look somewhere. I think Madam Rita has a question for you, which I think is very, very profound. Maybe if you want to talk about it, just look in the private chat and address that.
No. If that question should be on the public. I don't see her now. I don't see her now. Madam Rita, you want to ask now? Abi, she's still here? Yeah, she's here. Yeah, go ahead with your question. Say it in public.
Okay, my question to you, Mr. Elvis, with everything you said is, what were your exact expectations of Mohbad's parents? And please, I want you to answer it in the sense that I am in Nigeria, you live in Nigeria, you understand the system, and you are in their condition.
Madam Rita, I don't answer already. You know, so you never talk. I tell you, say, I don't know. As a parent, any parents have different feelings. Mohbad is not my child. As a parent, your child is feeling pains. What do you supposed to do? Now, parent go answer. Now, the same parent in that particular situation that can answer that question. I just make example just now. As I talk to you right now, Madam Rita, God forbid, my pikin saying belle the pain. I'll still be talking to you here. This is a simple understanding. What it doesn't matter if you live abroad or if you live in Nigeria. More than not bring all that thing come here. Say the mentality of people in Nigeria or maybe the poverty. There's no still a poverty. I saw somebody can't talk the other time we're talking here that because the parents were poor. Can you imagine? because the parents, the mother was illiterate. I mean, can you imagine? Our mama, our papa will not go school that year. Tele. Now they look after their children pass. They are more passionate.
Is this
Mr.
very
Elvin.
far to find out the truth that this man, the mother and the father, pushed him to his death?
Exactly.
Because they saw the handwriting on the wall. But their eyes were covered with the money that's coming from that place that they kept pushing the son to keep going. The guy kept going.
Marita, for you to ask me, I should look at it. Both people look at it in the perception of in abroad in Nigeria. Don't bring that in, please.
Mr. Elvis, there's one thing you need to understand. I don't think you are really getting my own perspective. I think you're looking at it from the role of a parent, which is true. Your concerns and what you're saying is valid. It's valid. But I also want to ask another question. And I'll probably ask everybody too, not just you. What do you think is the mindset of a woman that wants to sell her baby that she suffered for 9 months for 200,000 naira? How is the mentality and the mindset of such a mother? Forget the father now.
Marita, please.
Listen, this topic, we can go very deep, but I don't want to even go there.
Hold on, please.
And I'm not supporting, I'm not trying to give excuse. Maybe that's where your mind is thinking. I am not trying to give an excuse.
This is where I'm coming from, yeah? While nobody is going to say that they parented him well, it is glaringly obvious that they were not parents. They did not do their due diligence as parents. The system to protect him, they did not do their due diligence. But my own arguments here, I'm not in support of parents, but I am just trying to put it back to say, if we had a fairer system in place that would encourage me as a mother to run to go and call for help without fear of the repercussion, and we do not understand the nature of the threats that was made to this young man. So for me, I will be looking at it while I do. Of course, she has questions to answer. They have questions to answer, and I don't think they can live with themselves. They are living with regrets. But the system played a huge hand in their behavior.
Okay, let me put this through quickly before I will pick a call right now. My people, the angle that Marita is coming from, I will always go against it 100%. That angle of where you are living, your mentality because you are in Nigeria or you are in America or UK.
No.
Hold on, let me speak, please. Hold on, madam, please. That mentality of, they will not come to also the system. Let me tell you, the system of Nigeria have been bad since before anybody that is listening to me now were born.
Oh, God, it's not as bad as this.
Hold on, madam. Now you hold on. There are mothers that is very, except you are not a good mother. Let's say it how it is. Except you are not a good mother, you are not a good father, then you want to put your responsibility on the government to look after your child, to be there passionately.
There is social engineering. There is social
Mr. Elvis.
Let me say something, madam.
That is going on.
Madam, if it comes to putting responsibility financially on the society or the government, I will understand. We're not talking about financial responsibility here. We are talking about emotional responsibility. What was her role?
Well, if it is from her statement, it appears she did try to give emotional.
No, she was only crying on camera. That's all. She didn't say I did this.
I want to go with what she said. I don't know any other thing.
Exactly.
I feel that she did, if it is emotional, she tried to be that emotional support. But what else can she do to fight a system? What can she do? If he wrote to the police himself and nothing happened, and then the thing is this: if she knows, that is what we are here now to be telling people. Identify
Madam Busy Brace. Madam Busy Brace, let me put this here. You guys, this matter go long if we stick with it. To be honest, For
but I
me,
think
okay.
this is a good topic to trash out.
Hold on. Let me say, as for me, the mother failed woefully, and I will never return back from it.
I agree with you.
No, let me finish first, mother. Now you just wait. The mother failed woefully. The father failed woefully. You cannot come here and be telling me my son say me cannot talk. Does it make no sense? It can never make no sense, and there's no angle. Somebody will explain that to me that it will make sense to me. My son, I wanted to talk. My son has said,
"You went
no,
and knelt down for Naira Marley. That was all she can do, to beg the person tormenting her son. Taking it to the authorities will not work. She went to. There are videos that she showed that was. I'm not holding brief for this woman. No, she failed. She failed.
This Mohbad stuff, I've never made a comment on it, just for once. Let me just say this. What actually happened is that the system failed Mohbad. In general, the system just failed Mohbad. How can a woman go and kneel down before somebody? I understand that Mohbad wrote a petition against Naira Marley and some other people, and police never responded to that.
Yes, we know. We're not talking about system now, sir. Everybody knows system failed. We are focusing
because she is poor. The more reason she can fight. Because she is poor, the more reason she can even fight. I mean, because she is poor, the more reason she can fight. She did not fight for that boy. She did not fight. Even if the boy said, no, don't say anything. No, hey, no, don't say anything. Waiting. Kilo wambe. Ọ̀nà fún gbígbẹ́ tòun tàlàfíà. Ọ̀nà fún gbígbẹ́.
I don't understand Yoruba, please. So, Madam Victoria,
I don't understand English. I speak little English.
Okay, you are communicating on a platform like this. I can't. We are here. We are debating.
All right, ladies.
All right, ladies.
See, I beg. Listen.
The woman failed. The woman failed woefully.
The woman not failed.
For the woman,
the woman not failed.
I don't care if she's poor or rich. I was raised by my grandmother. My grandmother, when my grandmother is reading her Bible, she have her Bible upside down, and she'll be reading. I'm like, are you reading Psalm 23? How are you reading Psalm 23 with your Bible upside down? Because she already memorized it. The day when I was sick, I knew what my grandma did. I knew my grandma raised me from age 5 till I left Nigeria. I knew what she did.
Okay, Madam Victoria, thank you.
No way, Jose.
Let's move on. When it gets to anybody's turn, you can elaborate more on it. Everybody just stay mute. But
because the fact that the church was having infidelity, that's why she left.
Their guidelines, stay mute.
Please, everybody just stay mute, please.
Okay, can I speak now?
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Let me say this. I don't want to reduce myself to because Nigeria failed them. That's why the mother behaved the way she did, or the father. No. 2, I don't also want to, because the pikin say make he not talk. Everybody have their view. That's fine. I'll respect everybody's opinion on this. But before you contribute to this matter, I said it the other day. If you are a mother and you are a father, first thing I want you to ask yourself, that's the only way you will know if you are true to yourself. Right? Don't put in that because you live in abroad, or being good parent doesn't have anything to do with living abroad or in Nigeria. Good parents is good parent anywhere. Good parents is, in fact, we even have better parents in Africa than in abroad. I don't want to go there. We'll open that episode someday. Now, ask yourself before you pass this message or what you are trying to teach people. If you were in their shoes, your pikin say, Mommy, don't say anything. Then you didn't talk. You didn't do anything. But the same pikin where they live in fear, according to what your mama talk, he go give you money because your mama talk and say every month they give her a monthly allowance. He give you a monthly allowance that is coming from the same satanic household. You don't refuse that money every month. And she also went as far by saying that my son give me money every month. There was a month, one particular month that he refused to give it to me on time just for me to spend more time with him. My son delayed that money just for me to spend more time with him. Then the mother deliberately spent more time waiting for that money to be activated. Immediately that money was activated, she left on Sunday early morning. According to her excuse, she said she left because she wanted to go to church. But she said, after my son gave me the money and I left on Sunday morning because I needed to go to church. So that means if your pikin hold the money till like Wednesday, you for skip church. I beg my people. I beg. You don't need to be old or young to have emotions for your children. There's no angles when I want to pass about this thing. We go evil. I don't understand. Give us a mandate. Go ahead. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Greetings to everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good night. People on the comment section, greetings to all Nigerians. Greetings. Hopefully, I'm coming out clearly. Watching Mohbad's song,
you have 8 minutes.
It does kind of bring back the memory of this young man, the ordeal that he went through, and how he suffered in the hands of the wicked one. And I think somebody said a valid point here, that if this young man could write to the police, could report to the police, and then make his statement to the police, and end up still losing his life, I don't know. What could the parent have done? What could they have done? All of this is just a ripple effect of a bad system. And I will go back to the video you played some weeks ago. In that video, 2 men said, one said he's about to leave the country. He's just waiting for some things. And one man said in that video, Nigeria has become a place where you can buy anybody and nobody will question you. That is where we've gotten to today. That is where we are today. Are you surprised that the DSS are telling you that they are the boys of drug lord? Amoda, Aroda, the mandate snatcher. Imagine FBI telling you that they are Biden's boys. Or imagine your Interpol telling you we are the prime minister's boys and girls. We can do and undo. That is where the nation has gotten into. But I think I have this response against for Tunde Bakari. If you listen to the soundtrack of Mohbad, and I wish people listen to it, he said you can't go far without God. He said you cannot go far without God. That was what Mohbad said in one of his soundtrack. Now, Tunde Bakari said he was whining and drinking with the evil men. Mohbad said you cannot go far without God. Mohbad also said in one of his soundtrack, Omolorun ni mi, that means I'm a child of God. Mohbad also said in one of his soundtracks, he said, Mokpa Ishu. That means I kill the devil. If you listen to that young man's song, and particularly the last one that you played, you can see decency. You can see, even though he's a hip hop maybe artist or whatever you want to call it, but I think the guy is actually a sound guy. And so I leave that to the conscience of Tunde Bakari to deal with. And like we said, the name Mohbad means, he said Mo, which means me. The B means bright, and the A means and the D means destined. That means more bright and destined. I am bright and destined. I only wish that the parent could have spoken out more, could have raised their voices harder, and let the whole world know. And I think I sent you a video of, I think a white person did capture the incident of Mohbad from when it started and how everything actually ended up. What all we can say is that God keep him, keep his family, keep his son, and Mohbad rest in peace. Rest in peace. I may have not listened to your song while you were alive, but I think the few that I've heard on Nigeria Watch and then the ones that you played, I just picked some words and then the soundtrack actually got me. And I wish that that boy is still very, very much alive with us. And so this brings us to where we are in Nigeria. It brings us to where we are in Nigeria. Oraka said very wonderful words, very sound words, strong words, and I think I made such comment yesterday about Pastor W.F. Kumuyi now asking us to pray for a drug baron, a man that forged certificate, and now we have now become a laughing stock in the face of the world. Our passport has now lost value. Today now they said dollar is changing for something, it's changing for about 1,000 plus. This is where we are as a nation. This is where we are as a nation. Then go to Hope Izodema. You see that guy's name is Hope. He's supposed to give hope and succor to his people. But what did he give to them? Hopelessness, lies, bigotry, and deceit. Other nations are building other countries are building their people, they are training them on different things, but hopeless. Uzodinjo said they want to send 4,000 youth to both UK and Canada. Hopelessness. Uzodinjo. And I think EU, they've debunked that story. EU have debunked that story that it is not, it is a lie. So only if the Abians, and you see those people shouting there, the youth, they need to wake up. They need to wake up. They need to wake up. Hopelessness. Unzodinjo. I have never seen a wicked governor in the history of Nigeria as wicked as this man. And I think basically what he's trying to tell the youth is that we're going to send you guys away and we're going to take your land and give it to the X-Men because he's Buhari's ass licker, crumb eater, the Almajiri of Onisha and Owerri. Labour Party Supreme Court ruling. That was profound. But as profound as that is, Labour Party still need to do some in-house thing. I will not go far on that. We will know how to settle that matter when we get inside house back door. But that's a good ruling. And I wrote here, where is Arabambi and Apapa? You see, their names start with both A's. They are both Begiri Eater. They are both Begiri and Ewedu Eater. Àwọn Jẹ́po Sáso, Alumajiri Oṣogbo, Aslika Crumbs Eaters, Aobaku of Ogun State and Lagos State and Oyo State. Because I think Apa is from Oyo State. It's only a shame that it's on my state. Lamidi Apa mi ìbákí máa béèrè ìdílé yín, máa mọ ìran yín, ká fi nǹkan ránṣẹ́ sí àwọn ìdílé yín, torí ìdílé yín àti ìran yín represent Oyo State. Ìtìjú àti ìbànújẹ́ lẹ jẹ́ for Oyo State. Ọba tó fi rúgbọ̀n sí rúgbọ̀n bíi tewúrẹ́. Lamidi Apapa, Jẹ́po Sáso, bàbá àgbàyà, bàbá òfò, àwọn ìran Marley, àwọn akónisíta bí ọmọ ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ, Arabambi, Alumajiri of Ogun State. I am not surprised. Ṣebí governor yín ọmọ ọ̀tá pọ́nbélé ni. Posterity will judge you guys. Now, Ministry of Works. Well said, Mr. Helvis. But one thing is, if you must come to equity, sometimes you must come with a clean hand. What Umai did was good, even though I'm not there. If they said they put them out for lateness, but the people will revolt because these same people trying to catch people for lateness are the ones stealing the money, buying the people, supporting this evil guy in government.
Thank you. God bless you,
So
my brother.
we'll leave that there for now and we speak on the other ones. I think the Lefarel team also said
When you
wonderful
come back,
things.
yes,
About.
when you come
Thank you
back,
very much.
thank you. God bless you. Thank you very much, my people. Mr. Joseph Oji, thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Although you didn't show me my time, but we'll
Your
continue.
time, your time is
I'm
here.
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You even talk more than your time. So for me not to show your time, you know, you
I'm
already
only kidding, my boss. Go ahead, sir.
and that's your time right there. I don't give out to you, miss. You know, you talk for 9 minutes, 7 or 8 minutes, you know.
Okay, thank you very much.
All
Even
right.
though
So thank you very much, everybody, for your time. You know, I would like us to move on. Let me call on the next person here. Although Madarita, I don't know whether Madarita come on, she come back again. Now everybody don't lose their spots. I felt talk and say if you I know they record people down if you not come on to not come back. I don't know where okay. Mr. Felix now come be number second now. Okay, Mr. Felix, talk to us, sir. Let me just take it the way it is.
Good evening, my beloved brother.
Good evening, sir. Thank you very much, my brother. Good evening to
I
you.
greet
Talk to
everybody, all the panelists, comment section, our viewer worldwide. Let me just start from the minister. You know, there are some certain ministers, they have minister of condemnation, minister of confusion. It's not that I'm happy that she was being poisoned. I'm not happy. But they have to test some of the Nigerians' pain they are passing through in their various homes. Because if they don't test from the food they are be giving to Nigerians, they will never know how it look like or the taste of the food. I pray to God Almighty, Allah, everything where any Nigeria depends on, whether it's tradition or not, that they should continue to eat from the food they are be giving to we Nigerians. Because she was out there, if she presented the case of Mohbad to her cabals, I guessed I did not see any of her video where she do that. Now, you are now passing through the stress. You want me personally or Nigeria to sympathize with you? No, capital no. I can never do that. Because they say, show me your friend. Let me tell you who you are. Anybody under a constitutional government, he or she is still unconstitutional. Let me talk about the Agbadorians in the Chicago stuff and others. I pray God should hasten everything for her to answer Atiku, to release both the gender and everything, so that they will save us the time. We have time for other things, other issues to resolve in Nigeria. Because this is not the time to clap or sing or say upshare. My leader. We don't have time for that. Thank you, Mr. Peter Obi, His Excellency, for coming to drive the trailer, to be the driver of election process in Nigeria. If not for you, many of us, after the election, after they might have do their ringing, we normally move on. But you make us to understand that anybody we decide to elect will be the one that will be putting in that office or post. That is why you said you are not challenging anything, but you are challenging the process, because it's the process that matters a lot. You can't tell me somebody who does not have a bachelor degree or anything will come and be dictating for master holders. Capital no. You go to bank or any big office to look for a job. They will say, where are your CV, or where is your CV? Why do they ask? Because they want to know your past record, if you have an experience or not. Agbado pocketed Lagos. He have been the one who have pocketed most of the things in Lagos, international airport, seaport. That is not the only place we have as a seaport in Nigeria. Gele is there, Port Harcourt, Calabar, everywhere. Warri, they have seaport. We have a nice airport who is even more better than the Lagos airport. But they decide to compromise everything so that they will use that one to everybody for broadcast. If we have many of all these things across the country, who cares to go and start living in Lagos? You go to your nearby place to go and clear your goods, or you fly through the nearby airport. We just have to keep on pushing. Let's keep on talking less and acting more. Is very important. Nigerians, wake up. It is now or never. Because if you wake up now and take these people by their horn, they will never try it next time again, never in history. But if you decide to relent, they will continue to do it to our unborn generation. That is why we have to wake up. Let's get the head right. I guess that is what I have to say for now. Thank you, my people. And I yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Felix. Thanks for your submission. You talked for several minutes. God bless you. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on, my people. I appreciate you all. Let's quickly go to the next person, which is, according to the table, Engineer Francis. Engineer Francis, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. You have 8 minutes.
Thank you very much, and good evening to everybody. Thank you, every peace-loving Nigerian. On Mohbad's issue, I think the love of money made the mother in particular be a bad mother. It's like I can even bet you that there must have been days when Mohbad will be like, no, I don't want to go to this Naira Marley's place. But the mother will be like, oh, come on, go so you can bring the millions when you come back. If you hear that there's a place your son goes, and when he comes out, he's crying, why in the world will you not even cut his legs the next time he goes to that place? For money? But anyway, be it as it may, God knows why. And on this APM case, is it not too late for APM to file now to the Supreme Court? Or is there a special provision for them? Because I thought the deadline was like in 14 days. But anyway, let's push all those aside. there's something that worries me this morning, and that is that news about Judge Maldonado requesting the tribunal ruling. Yeah, they showed some 007 acrobatics of how the documents may have gone to her. But there is something that I don't think you guys are seeing. And I'm going to address Judge Maldonado in particular on this. Your Honor, please do not taste any fruit from that evil tree. That tribunal, I don't even remember their judgment or their position on forgery and fake documents. If you look into what those justices said, please don't taint your own knowledge and wisdom with theirs. Please, the best thing you can even do in this case, because I see where you're going, is pull a copy of the Nigerian Constitution on forgery and this kind of situations. That will tell you where the law stands. But where these justices from the Supreme Court, remember, they are fruits from that evil tree, do not partake in whatever. I don't remember exactly how they overruled and threw out that portion of the petition. So if what you are going to read is to find out whether their ruling gives any room for Atiku to bring it up in the Supreme Court, well, there is also something in the Nigerian law called new discovery. Give them everything they have, even the ones they mentioned in the petition and the ones they didn't, to give them that new discovery to make it very solid for them. Stand for justice. Just look at the Constitution of Nigeria and let it be your blueprint. Do not look at those corrupt justices or whatever they rendered in that judgment. In fact, I applaud you. It shows me that you are very serious about this case. Most importantly, like you guys do in the US here, is look at the Constitution and use it as your guide. Do not look at what the evil and corrupt justices from the tribunal rendered in those documents that you sent for. And if the Constitution is your guide, you will see where the new discovery evidence is being allowed in the Supreme Court. You will see that they have a provision for it. So whether this guy is a man or went to school as a man and came out as a woman, or all of those corrupt things that happened, release them, let them present it as new discovery, but stand on the side of justice, which is the same thing that we do here in the US. Don't sell Nigeria short. Let them enjoy that same justice that we enjoy here in the US. So Judge Maldonado, Your Honor, please, if it's good for the goose, please let it be good for the gander. Whatever you do, look at that portion of Nigeria's constitution. Please, when you look at it, give these people everything they need. Please. And let me remind you, people like me, we stand behind Patrick Henry. Give us freedom or give us death. So if you are going to abide by the Constitution that you are, I see you are showing signs. If you requested this document, please go to the root of the Constitution and see the provision they have for forgery and for all those impersonation and everything. Then balance it with what these tribunal judges have. You will see that they are corrupt and do not partake in that their corrupt fruit. Do not look at things in their area. Look at things in the area of the Constitution of Nigeria. I'm not asking you to rule in favor or against anybody, but be straight. Please do that, and Nigerians will forever be indebted to you and to the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Francis. Thanks for your submission, and thank you very much, everyone. Please press on the like button, my people. God bless you all. Okay, the next person right now before moderator is going to be Mr. Kenneth. Thank you very much for your patience. Please, I'd like you to talk to us. You have 8 minutes if you're there.
I want to thank everybody actually for for still being on this platform. I've been away for some time now. But let me just start with Mohbad stuff. Mohbad, I don't really know him at all. Just because of this thing, I make me just hear about his name. But the thing they say, the reason why I know if you blame Mohbad mother, the woman, she should be more than 40 years. Yes, maybe more than 40 years or 45 or more. She don't stay that country till she know how the system dey. Justice has been really crippled in Nigeria. They don't cripple justice until justice be like say is a foreigner. So people don't like to deal with something that is looking foreign. It's not at home in Nigeria. So the woman know the system already. You know how Nigeria they did. You don't, Nigeria not be a place of law, not a place of men. So he know who to go to if he want to change the situation about her son. Not be the law. Because the law is under the man. So you have to go to the man. You know, say once you get money, you get position for that country. You be man. You can change the law. You can decide to say, I know there will be court law, court order. And I go be. So the woman know where to go. And I think she do the right thing. For the fact that she go to that place, go make noise to the man, say, leave my son alone. It show concern. Not be just say because of the money, the way somebody argue about the thing. And apart from that one, even the Mohbad, when they call right, go make the law. When they can't do what him, man not do. What he come bring, what he call come outside. Nothing come outside, you not give anything. So the two place, the two version of justice where they expect to, like to come out. The one that is official or the one that is not official, they apply all of them, they use all of them. It not work anything for them. I'm sorry for the man from Mohbad. I'm sorry for the people the way they be Nigerian. And not only that, those who they stay for Nigeria. Until the system change, until the system heal, all of us go remain inside the hospital waiting for medication. Why those who know feed the patient to the end of the arrival of people like Peter or Biko, they die. And it's not going to be something that we can change. Until the system change, everything will change. Let me talk about Tinubu things. The thing they say, I'll get question for everybody for you. Maybe after I finish, somebody feared me answer. If Tinubu don't buy, if he buy now, for example, I not decide the prayer, I just think the way the thing never they balance, the case still for a head saying not legit. If he can't buy, what will go happen? Now, Shetima go can't take over as the constitution say president bam, the other person go take over. Or the same law when the thing with the hang for a head to defend, they go transfer the entire Shetima head. We no go fit defend. We cannot be the person. You not go that college for CS. You not go there. I want to answer all of them, and you want to say make him go because the person died. There are some things that the question did for my head, and for that guy, for Tinubu, I just the pray say. I don't really know, but my prayer be say anything when in say in the depend on before, it don't come to an end, don't reach to the place it don't reach to an end. Because when something don't end, you will know. When something won't finish, you go to see the sign, say water for the tap, it won't finish now. You go to see well, NEPA won't take light, you go to see some sign. When rain won't fall, you go to see some sign. Now the sign I did for Tinubu so. When they see and say things they come out, as if they block here and that place they come outside. If Peter will be not fight them, somebody else like Atiku, they fight them. If that one not fight them, somebody from Chicago, one person don't even come out. Differently they come from every angle. I just dey look am. My prayer be say I want to encourage every Nigerian wey dey hear me as I want to rap. Every single common Nigerian wey dey hear me, the people they call commoners. Everybody, make dem still dey hold on small. The change what we dey look for since the time where I don't know, apart from my own time when I started to look for the change. That change, it go soon come. I trust that thing, it go soon come. And when it come, it go stay for a long time. And it goes stay very, very long. That each time we remember these seasons of darkness we will face for the history of the country, we go to appreciate the one when it day, or we go to experience after now. When I thank you, I go stay for now. I go come back to come give my remaining point. Make I give chance for other people to talk.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for your submission. Appreciate you. Okay, let me hear from Madam Rita. Madam Rita, if you're there, please
Sorry,
talk
before
to us.
you go to Madam Rita, Mr. Elvis, I think he has a question about if Tinubu buy or I think from my own thinking, based on what was taken to court, the double nomination affects both of them. And so that should still hang on Shetima and be taken to the Supreme Court. That's my own understanding.
Everything is still hanging. They dismiss everything, every evidence is everything. So the Supreme Court need to look at everything again from the scratch.
What I'm even saying is that that double nomination was sacrosanct, and then 25% of Abuja because Tinubu did not win the election. If we look at it,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. All is
so
still
then
pending.
Shetima will be struck out.
Yes.
Cannot stand.
So all is still pending if the Supreme Court is willing to do the right thing. You know, Madam Rita, please talk to us. Good evening to you once again. 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good afternoon, Mr. Elvis. Everyone in the panel comment section. My sister Bella Naomi, happy birthday. Yes, Mr. Elvis just said it. Everything is still pending. Now, to answer that question from the fellow panelist, if peradventure that the man for Bodilon, goes to meet God for judgment, they're going to apply the rule of Jonathan and Yaradua because it's in the constitution. When the president passes on, the next person will be the vice president. And then with the inner caucus or lobbyist or the caliphate, now we'll try to look for somebody possibly from the southwest to be his vice. Now, however, if that happens, like what Mr. Elvis said, it's still hanging. As long as we haven't gotten any judgment from the Supreme Court to date, right? That would be something that they will now have to fight Shetima for, the double nomination issue. But if this, whatever the Supreme Court says and it's final, even if that kind of situation happens, automatically the Supreme Court has made the judgment and Shetima will be, God forbid, the president of himself, and they will not lobby somebody from the southwest. That's just how it's going to be. I don't think it's something that that's a rocket science. I mean, we all know the constitution, what the law says, and the kinds of country we come from, so we can easily guess on what would happen. Not really guess per se. We'll follow through based on past antecedents. For hopeless Uzodinjo of Imo State, I think the only people listen when he was making that pronouncement, I can tell you that 99% of the people around him and the populace listening to him, they didn't even understand what he was saying. The only thing I think they understood is, one, I am going to send 4,000 people to Canada or Europe. I will pay their tickets when the job offers come. Period. That's the only thing they heard. So when they go home, like, Uzodin just said was going to take 4,000 people to Canada and US, so let us go and lobby for our name to be on the list. They don't understand anything past there, and it's because of this weaponization of poverty and the weaponization of miseducation, and people don't even understand what he said. Now, I expect the opposition party in Imo State with Mr. Acholonu, as well as Senator Acholonu, I mean, they should pick that on and say, listen, explain to the people, to explain to the people and say and tell them that these kinds of lies, these kinds of deceit doesn't work anymore. I think a lot of these old school wicked politicians in Nigeria, I think they're still living in the ice age, because I think the pattern in which they think they want to campaign, they just feel it still works. They feel that people's eyes are not open. they feel that whatever they say, we will just take it and we will move on. Nobody will question it. It's like they haven't come down to earth. They haven't really understood the kinds of generation, what has really happened, the transformation that has happened in the minds of a lot of Nigerians. So when Hopeless Odinjo comes out and say those things, it's laughable. And I'm happy Rufai stated it out. If really, listen, to me, it just shows the low quality of political holders, that is just that are just parading themselves as if they're something. Many of them, they are really, really nothing. And I can state it here. If it's not just this Bola Ahmed Tinubu's issue of Oluwole, many of them, including those in the Senate, if you want to trace them back to what they submitted, those that have been in the Senate for a long time, those past governors, if you want to check their educational records, many of them had Oluwole. Many of them had many. And you can really see that the worst of our society, I think it's Dele Momodu that said this. He said, the worst of our society, those are the ones in the corridors of power today. And an example is Hopeless Uzodinjo of Imo State. That's what I say. And then for the native doctor, Apapa, I am very happy, that case has been ended. And I think the kinds of question that was being asked to Yanusa Tanko was kind of condescending. What is the status of your party now? The kinds of questions they were asking. I would say, okay, that's the idea of journalism, or idea of like, we're letting us in that we are part of the Labour Party. So let's just ask this kind of annoying questions. And I'm very proud of Mr. Tanko for the way he answered them. I think he just dismissed some of the kind of questions they were even asking because it was totally irrelevant. I mean, I'm very happy he even said a 7 minister. I wish he mentioned the 7 minister's name. And I think maybe because of, everybody's tired of litigation, he was kind of careful. But if he says a 7 minister, who is also serving NYSC time, can be in power, can be appointed, and the Senate approved that, then who is Nyesoma that they are complaining that she falsified her JAMB score? This is what we're saying. That's why it's part of what we're fighting. We don't want to legalize illegality, and what Abati said, even if I know that man, he talks from both sides of his head. He said, you don't need education to hold any particular office in Nigeria. I don't know if, in those lines, I may not say it verbatim, but in those lines. And he says, because the constitution, the law says so. The law says so. So where are we now? We are in a lawless society. The constitution is selective. The law is selective. Now, so you can now tell someone like MC Oluomona will come and want to be president of Nigeria. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. So we are still going to fight this fight, even if the likes of Ruben Abati, like what Dele Favarotimi said, many people that we thought were human beings, and I've said it before, they are not really human beings. I want to especially thank the Yoruba people, and I'm going to be specific because I'm not tribal blind, so I have to mention it. The Yoruba people who are standing for the truth, the likes of Mr. Give Us Our Mandate, the likes of Dele Farotimi, the likes of Pa Adebanjo, that very great man. In fact, I look at that man as an encyclopedia. If I have the opportunity to meet him, I have a lot of things to learn from him. All the Yoruba groups like the Nadeco group that is in the US that are so embarrassed that they even had a fraudulent person like Bola Ahmed Tinubu in their group. Afeni Ferret groups that are standing for the truth. I really want to say I respect you all and God bless you. And I pray that you all will continue to fight for this fight of standing for the truth all the days of your life till the end. And I hope that the other leadership trickle down, the other leadership of these groups, from these Yoruba groups now. I know why I'm saying Yoruba groups now. I pray that they stand on the mantle of the likes of Dele Farotimi and Pat Adebanjo, and speaking up to what it is. Not about, this is my brother. This is Nigeria we are dealing with, and it affects everyone because we are all in this mess. There's one word that I love that Dele Farotimi described Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He said, a filthy felon. A filthy felon. And what Brother Bat was saying, I know I referenced to number 11, it sums up what Desmond Tutu said. He said, when you are indifferent in situations of injustice, you are on the side of the oppressor. You see religious leaders that you thought were somebody, Professor of Rice and Peace, Professor Bajuwe, like Wole Soyinka, traditional rulers, the judiciary, Senator Bukachua, Justice Mary Odili, Wike, there's a plethora of them in our society. they're in positions of authority. It just shows that they're part of this filthy felons conglomerate. That is what we are facing, and the Judge Nancy, I'm very happy she has received the judgment. I am sure it's also an embarrassment to those leprotic so-called judges, that gave the judgment on September 6th. I am hoping that by Monday, she will put a close to all this nonsense going on, this embarrassment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mother Rita, for your submission. I would like to add to what you said concerning what was it called? What was this governor again?
Wike, Governor Wike.
No, the one in the governor that want to take 40,000. Uzodima.
Please, that's his new name.
All right. Oga CM, are you there? Because I want Mr. CM to take this together, but it's not going to be part of your minutes anyway. Oga CM, are you there anyway?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, your minutes is not going to start now, but there's information we are seeing right now on Twitter concerning to counter the information from Uzodima. The European Union have responded, but this is on Twitter. So please take that, for the public, sir. Thank you very much. It's on screen right now.
Okay. So breaking news from Nwa. We are not aware of arrangement for provision of 4,000 jobs for Imo indigenes, said by European Union. On 28 September 2023, Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma gave this pledge during one of his vote mobilization tour ahead of the November 11 governorship election in the southeastern state of Nigeria. Governor Uzodinma claimed that his administration had negotiated and reached an agreement with the European Union and Canadian companies to provide 4,000 jobs for Imo State indigenes. It's finished now. Okay, that's it now. So that is the rebuttal.
Yes.
The
Sorry
European
about
Union.
That. Okay.
Europe.
You're done with that, right?
Yes, I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. I want you to take this as well before you start talking. Let me quickly put this here. Let me remove this. Please, can you read that from there?
Okay. Yes, I can. Okay, this is from Nadeco, which is National Democratic Coalition, written September 25th, maybe about 4 days ago, 2023. The title is Tinubu, Resign and Save Nigeria from Further Embarrassment. By the way, this letter was written from the Secretariat in the US, which is on 300 New Jersey Avenue Northwest, Suite 900, Washington, D.C. 20001. Telephone 1-202-840-5903, in case whoever want to. The email is nadeconigeria@gmail.com. Now, the statement reads, Nigeria is in the throes of a deep international image, domestic and regional crisis, bleeding profusely on both national and international stages. It is a nation held in disdain presently at the international stage, its economy in shambles and its people hungry for change. Presently, a dollar is a stone throw from 1,000 naira. Even institutions like Chicago State University find themselves on the precipice of disrepute, teetering on the brink of losing international credibility and accreditation, all due to the wake of destruction left by Tinubu's unwavering pursuit of his questionable presidency. This perilous journey, fueled by one man's relentless ambition, has led to the heartbreaking ignorance of the collective suffering of Nigerians by Tinubu and the APC. In a plea to rescue Nigeria from the clutches of Tinubu's questionable ambitions, Nadeco USA implores Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu to liberate himself and the over 200 million Nigerians from the impending implosion If Mr. Tinubu chooses to resign, perhaps Nigerians will find it in their hearts to forgive, and the secrecy legacy he leaves behind at CSU may no longer bear the stain of his political pursuits. He could be advised to do the needful. Signed, Lloyd F. Uku, Esquire, Executive Director, Nadeco USA. Telephone 20275155224. Email Nadeco Nigeria. Nadeco America at gmail.com.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I thought I should add that information to what we've previously presented to you all, my people. You know, in terms of the Uzodima, you know, that has been debunked. But if you find the proper article from the European Union, obviously I'll be presenting that before the end of this broadcast or tomorrow. You know, and for this Nadeco, a lot of people are expressing their displeasure at this particular time. I just wish Tinubu would just wake up now and say, okay, let me resign so that everybody can have peace. But, you know, when there's greed, you know what that means. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Press on the like button and let's hear from Mr. CM. Okay, CM, please talk to us, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Niger Watch. Good evening, everybody. Once again, all protocol duly observed. Probably my voice is cracking. Well, what I want to, I will start by saying first, let me not jumble them together. The poisoned minister in Abuja, Adejon, much as I wouldn't like anybody to lose his or her life, but it's quite appalling. Or he goes on to say that Nigeria's healthcare delivery system is still not up to the scratch. Now, what her case points out is the case of emergency or urgency. At this point, where was she rushed to? Where is the emergency if somebody should be in her position? If a minister is scrambling to be, I mean, there's no place for her to be admitted, or maybe an emergency situation cannot be, taken care of, as in her own case. What then will an average Nigerian do? Anyway, things that we know all this, I don't need to say that our healthcare delivery system is it's not up to the scratch. So this is exactly the Nigeria that people may not know, or the outside world may not know. Forget about all the nonsense they are making of APC. Imagine a minister saying that they're suspecting poison, and yet nothing has been done about it. To the extent that it's now in the national news, it's a shame. So with this, I always underline the fact that what P2B will confront when he gets his mandate is quite enormous. Be that as it may, let me comment on this Hope Uzodinma something. I think people have all seen it's a ruse. That 4,000, or is it 4? I think the email they are saying 4,000, but I thought he said 40,000. What I had him say 40, but I don't know why the debunking email is saying 4. Anyway, whatever it is, why we come here and the way we present news here, I always say it, is to maybe bring a different perspective. People must have heard him like we all do, and then interpreted it literally the way it is. How can he do it? It's a lie. It's just election promises. But what people do not know is who really is Hope Uzodinma. In his elemental state, who is he? For those that know Lagos very well, from what they call a Maitu, which is a popular area in Lagos, there's a road on that Maitu called the Lagos Badagry Expressway. That goes down. That started from either National Arts Theatre in Egomu down to Badagry, pass through Relay, then Maitu, then through Satellite, and then if you are going to Festac and Satellite. So down, when you pass Lasu, there's a place they call Ukokomaiko. These were slum in those days, in the 80s and 90s. But because of the coming of Alaba International Market and all those electronics, then people started habiting those places, and there was an estate behind Lasu called, Lasu means Lagos State University, at Eba. There's a place they call Ukuku bus stop, or Alaba Rago, where the Rago means ram in the Muslim, what they call it. There's a building behind one of the bus stops there, one-story building. That was where Hope Uzodinma's office, where they are practicing 419, advanced free fraud with Fred Ajudua in those days. So that's where he learned to work. And don't take my word for it. There's their kingpin called, what is it called? Maurice Ibekwe, who later died while being a member of the Federal House of Reps. Obasanjo make sure that he dealt with him because they defrauded a German professor, promised him every and earth. I don't know what the guy did. And the man almost died. Pursuing them in the 90s, he couldn't work. Then when Obasanjo came in, he approached it using the civilian way, democratic way. So Obasanjo saw to it that the man will be dealt with. So what is, I want to underline one fact here. When that Maurice Ibekwe died, Hope Uzodinma is like the first son. You know what it means for a father, a worthy man to die? You know the position the first son will occupy. That is where people go for condolence. Oh, sorry, oh, you are. I mean, that in every, I think in every culture anyway, not only Igbo culture, even if it's in Yoruba, any culture, I believe the first son of any man, a rich man who that dies, receives a lot of, condolence, or he should be prominent. So Hope was acting as this man's right hand man or first son. So what does that tell you? That's why sometimes when they say they need character problem or you want to get a job in the UK, they say go through a what is it called, something check. Is it? I've forgotten the. Say you have to go. All those things. There's a reason why.
Background check.
Yeah, but background check, but that's what they call it in this thing. Yeah, it's called background check. So there's a reason. They're not trying to find your height or how much you weigh or whether you beast or you are thin. They want to see what character. Forget about when you go in, you will work from 72 hours non-stop. That doesn't count. They want to know who are you. Have you ever attempted? So this is the Hope Uzodinma that is now governor. When they say the leopard cannot change esports, this is what they mean. Do you know the deal? In fact, let me now speak to the voters in Imo State. The mistake some people may make is that it is Imo State's affair. No. Any governor being elected in the southeast, the whole Igbo, both home and their way, we are interested. Anybody. We don't leave it to any state because even if you may not vote, but you have to be discussing it. So all the 4 states of the southeast, Anambra, Abia, Enugu, and Ebonyi, they have a stake in Imo State, despite the fact that they are not voting there. So I want to appeal to them that the people of Imo State, it was the Supreme Court with Buhari that brought Hope Uzodinma. He reached a deal because of a Fulanization, which Nnamdi Kanu helped to torpedo. Now, Buhari is no more. So the man that brought Hope Uzodinma is no more. So Hope have served him now. Let him go. You have to throw him out. This is just based on logic. In the Igbo language, they said, if you're a child mind and somebody maybe brings you from your village to Lagos or Abuja or to any city to come and be a child minder, a nanny. If incidentally the child died, whenever the child is dead, then you have to go back. So they say, onye bịara iku nwa nwa na-eku nwa ọkwọ naba. In other words, when you come to be a child man and the child is no more, there you go. So Hope Uzodinma, the person that brought you is no more. Therefore, you have to give way. So there's no saving grace. That's just the logic. You served him. You know what you promised Buhari to slaughter Igbo people, give them land for Ruga, which didn't materialize. Everybody protested and you invited security people to come and slaughter people. Yes, you did it with federal might, protection. It doesn't mean you are the lord of the man or then everything. But now the man is no more. So quietly go and then behave yourself and get out. But Ndimo should be careful. This is the man. This is what outside world do not know. He is a fraudster personified. No wonder he's a friend of Tinubu, which brings me to this Chicago issue. In fact, I like the letter that Nadeco USA wrote. Because anybody, I'm only waiting for Wole Soyinka's letter. Anybody who wants his salt, we all have, oh, my time is up. We all have friends. But the moment your friend is misbehaving, it's either you may caution your friend, if the person did not listen. All you need to do is you issue a public apology to people, said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have associated with him. I'm out. That is what I expect Soyinka to do. Otherwise, his reputation will be in tatters, just like Tinubu's own. So the Nadeco letter telling Tinubu to resign and save Nigeria from further opprobrium and ignominy issued is okay. I think I welcome that letter. And if the man, but will he ever listen, let him go. So let me hold on for next time. I mean, when next round, I will say something about the two more things. Thank you, Niger Watch. Let me stop here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. CM. God bless you. Okay. Dr. Alexander Gomez, thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Okay, let me come to Madam Busy Brains. Callers, don't worry. I'm going to take your call. Immediately I finish with everybody, the last two, then I'll give opportunity to take at least 5 calls before we move on to the second segment. Okay, Madam Busy Brains, please talk to us. Your 8 minutes is about to start. Good evening to you, man.
Good evening, Oga Elvis. Good evening. Well done to you. Thank you for another roundtable. Good evening to all the panelists. You know, nice to be here with you all, and fellow those listening, those at home listening, watching, those in the comment section. I greet you all. Let me start with the Uzodimma man. I'm really stunned that somebody would use sending 4,000 his own citizenry, his own citizen, to send them abroad to do what? What job? What job will he give them in the abroad? It just shows you the foolery. He is a governor. He is in a position of power to create jobs for people. Who told him that they want to go abroad? Is it not because of the state of insecurity, the lack of job and everything? Who wants to leave their own motherland and go and be a second-class citizen wherever? And what kind of job is he sending them to? Is it sending them to go and do spread them around for 419 purposes so that they'll go and to do fraud, to do Yahoo overseas? The lack of creativity, even when he's going to talk about no policies, no ideas, even if he's going to lie on it, no ideas. Can't it be fresh and say free university for all of you, free primary school, secondary school? And even though we know he's not going to do it, he's lying, but that is realistic than telling people that he's going to take 4,000 youths to go abroad. It just doesn't make sense. It just tells you that this person has no soul. This kind of individual is tantamountably, inherently wicked to the core. That he should even put such postulations out there, such stupid ideas out there. It just tells you that the head is not thinking. He is totally corrupt to the core, that he has no moral filter. He has no sense. His moral compass cannot even direct him. Let me go to Arise TV. Regarding the interview of Dr. Unisa on the show, I really applaud. He doesn't fail. Whenever Dr. Unisa goes on any political round as a pundit or as a whatever commentator, whatever, he does not fail. He is really representing Labour Party very well. He articulated issues that were at the forefront of the hearts of a lot of Nigerians, a lot of the youths, trying to tell us about making it normal for people with fraudulent certificates to be in power, for people drug dealing to be in power, for everything that we held as morally corrupt to be the one that is being dismissed as nothing. So that means we are a lawless society. He captured it very well. And it is today that I know that Arise has a problem. It's today that I know that Arise is not for Nigeria. Arise is there. Arise is on a payroll, because to leave what's his name again? The one that is the Bati. To leave Bati to be the one that will end this kind of conversations, he always is left to have the last word, like the one that is going to bring a sane argument to cap it up. They leave him to come across as the one that gives that has the authority over the discussion. So he has the final say and he leaves it there. And the way he bullshit the points that was raised, we know what the block can I say the word BLOODY Constitution says. We know that it is allowing a retard can come up to be our president. We know that. But the issue here is that the retard is putting forward fraudulent documents that he did not even have to put forward. So the mere fact that he has committed fraud, perjury, all sorts, it should be condemned. I don't hear the Bati man condemning it. Instead, he spins it and make it is a non-issue, as if it's a non-issue. How can it be a non-issue? Then I come to Mohbad. Mohbad, may his soul rest in peace wherever he is. But Nigeria has happened to Mohbad. Mohbad is everybody's son, everybody's brother, everybody's husband. That is Mohbad. And unfortunately, he didn't have the power to choose who will be his father or who will be his mother. He happened to come through the loins of parents who themselves, I think, did not negotiate adulthood properly. That the essence of humanity in them have been tampered one way or the other by their own parentage, by the system around them, and the abject poverty that they have found themselves have crowned it up. Now, then, they are in a system that exacerbates the situation that they have found themselves. While I pray to God that will never be me as a mother. I want to have not compassion for the mother, no, but I want to think of possible scenarios for someone who studied sociology as a minor and psychology as a minor. I study human beings. I earn my income from studying human beings. The situation that we find ourselves will determine how we react to situations. And I'm going to postulate here, it is not set in stone. This is my take. When this story first came out, what I picked up is that it is not about record label. There is a bigger battle that Mohbad was fighting with this Marley. The battle was beyond him. The powers that be were beyond him. So he was fighting powers that are overwhelming. His mother and his father most likely know. And for people who do not know, they don't have a clue on how to fight these things. They don't know it. They don't know it. We have seen situations in Nigeria where it is the child is one that is fending for the family. Where will the parent have mouth to even discipline the child? When you're the one that is paying your school fees. Anyway, I have a lot to say.
You pause it. You continue from the other segment.
Yes. I remember. Yeah.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much for your submission. All right. We have 2 to go before we come back to the roundup again. Guys, please press on the like button. God bless you all. Mother Victoria, thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you once again. Please talk to us. You have 8 minutes.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everybody. Afternoon here. What do I have to say? Well, let me start from the Mohbad's mom. As far as I am concerned, everybody is entitled to their own opinion. She failed the boy, and she failed, not only failed her woefully. I don't know how far it is true with what we are hearing, that she actually left. She was not driven away by the husband. They said she actually left because she was caught. Infidelity. She was caught with infidelity and she left the house. Okay. I don't know. And I'm not even going to speak on that. But you left 3 kids. You just left. This boy, as good as he was, it's not resting yet. I'm going to use present tense for him. As good as he is, he was the one that actually sought for this woman after she left for almost 15 years without seeing his mom, because of how the stepmom was maltreating him, ill-treating him. He sought for his mom. And then, of course, he was already with the Malians when he sought for the money, when money started coming small. Okay? With that, and this woman already remarried to another man with 3 kids, from what we heard from all this blogging. I don't know. But a boy like that, you've dumped him for 15 years, came for you. You needed to go extra mile. Even if this boy said, no, mommy, don't worry, I'll be fine. When you left him there, even if you left him there, you go and talk to people. This boy said, I should not say, only my son, but by me, you will go and talk to people. Especially in one of her interviews, she told us that when somebody prophesied to her that whenever she gets pregnant, she should not abort it because the child she's going to born will be a glorious child. Having heard that prophecy, even prior to even the pregnancy of that boy, she was a careless mother. Very careless. How old is Mohbad now? Or how old was he? 27. They still cannot make. I have a 27 who cannot even make matured decision. I still have to guide him. I was just telling him the other day, when you go to party, don't pour your drink in a cup. Take your drink with the bottle and the cover. Take it, even when you are going to the bathroom, take it with you. Don't allow somebody to open your drink for you because they can drop something in your drink. I was still guiding him. Sometimes he will tell me he's going somewhere, I will drive behind him to the place. She was a careless mother. Very careless all the way. She had a responsibility to play in that role. But because she sought after money, okay, poverty is not a determination in being a good parent. I was raised by my mother and I grew up in Oshodi. We were very poor. Okay, we were poor. But I know, I can tell you 1, 2, 3, what my grandma did. I give it to her. When she started coming to America, I felt I owe her my entire life. Okay, she was careless. She went to Naira Marley's house and she was like, don't eat, yo. I know you don't eat, yo. That's pure nonsense. Can't you see your son? Can't you see your son is not looking good? He's not happy? And he said, don't talk to people. And you got back to Ikorodu. You didn't tell people. You didn't call the elders and say, I mean, this kind of situation, this boy does not want me to speak out. Please help me. How can we go about it? I don't want him to hurt him. I don't want him to know I came to speak to you. Please help me. Help me. He's saying he was talking about food, talking about the shops. She was selfish. And it was even her selfish reasons, according to what we heard that even made her left the house to begin with. You left which woman? Is it perfect? Don't we all know that you don't leave your children with stepmoms? Don't we all know that? I'm yet to see a stepmom that took care of the children of the other woman as much as she will her own children. I'm yet to see one. Thank God I am not a stepmom to anybody. I am yet to see one. So to me, and there's no way anybody can convince me that she did not do well. She did not do well. And even if at that, when they wanted to bury the boy, where was she? Was she not there? Was the boy buried outside of her knowledge? Did she not see what happened when the whole thing was flying? I saw it here in Chicago. She didn't see it right there at the Korodu that her son's head was bent in the casket? What did she do? I'm yet to hear her say, I went to the dad, I went and fought the dad, I went and did this, I went and did that. Did she not listen to all the lyrics where I know some mother, my stepmom did not? What did she do? Is it poverty that blocked her mouth? People that are poor, she had nothing to lose anyway if she had spoken up. She had nothing to lose. She had nothing. So what is she going to lose if she had spoken up? To me, she was a failure. Even right now, I see her monetizing the death of the boy. I see her, I have 3 shops, so he bought me the freezer. That's what we're talking about. You lost a glorious child, a 27 years old boy. You are talking about freezer and 3 shops joined together. So she's a very, very selfish human being. Selfish to the core. Selfish. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was just to display your time for you now. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Victoria, for your submission. I appreciate you. Let me call on P-Soft. Is the last person right now. So after P-Soft, I'm going to take some calls.
Okay, Elvis, please, let me use some minutes of Madam Victoria and ask her a question, please. Madam Victoria, so while nobody is absolving the parent, don't get the situation wrong. Nobody is absolving the parent. While we are putting all the blame on the parent, don't you think that the system has a hand in playing? Don't you think Nigeria has done them as well?
100%. We spoke about that first of all.
Yeah, me too. I
about
believe
that. Yes, the system. I've been saying it is a system failure all the way. It's a trickle-down business, but it is my ultimate responsibility to take care of my own son. Because there are some things
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. What she said is that if you are pounding yam in the mortar and then you are cooking soup in the leaf, the person that will be satisfied will be satisfied. It basically means that regardless of the situation, who is going to be satisfied will be satisfied. So, welcome to your
powerful proverb. Then.
We'll also learn different languages.
Let me tell you something that happened when we were coming to. In my street, there were witches and wizards. When we were coming to America,
your time don't finish,
have a beer parlor. She carried our backpack in a small stout box. Nobody knew we were coming to America because she knew the system. She knew the people are very devilish. She knew, but she prevented. She was like, I must have America. She put her.
Some people too. There is also foolishness attached to this, lack of sense.
Exactly. That's my stand.
And she's the mother. I know what? She had 6 children. She had 3 here. She had 3 there.
Let me say this.
Can I say something, please?
Hold on, 1 minute. Let me quickly say this, sir. 1 minute. Mother Busybray, I support you on that. That's my stand. If we have to look at it holistically, the system obviously failed him, and the system did not only fail him, the system failed you, me, all of us, and it's still failing us till today. But now that we already recognize that the system is always failing us,
then what is the responsibility of those of us that still have parents? That's why we are saying.
By a child, they have told her prior to even the pregnancy that is a glorious child, that she's going to bear a glorious child. And by Jenny.
Give us a mandate. Thank you, Mother Victoria. Please mute. Thank you. Give us a mandate. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we've dealt with this issue. Maybe we should just let it rest for a little bit so that this family can grieve their loss.
It cannot rest. There's still investigation going on. We have not talked about this issue for the past almost more than a week now. So when there's information, for example, tomorrow, people will still start talking again. The guy is not buried yet. So there's nothing like rest. That word shouldn't be in existence at all for now. Because the guy,
I mean, that's my opinion. That's my opinion.
No, yeah, your opinion is respected, but I'm trying to let you know. Hold on, Sana, but madam, I'm talking, please.
Sorry.
You know, so yes, your opinion is respected. What I'm trying to say is that there's no way this can rest. What about another breaking news happened first thing tomorrow morning? People will still talk about it. So people that is advising people let this still rest. It looks like, you know, I don't understand. Somebody is not buried. Investigation is ongoing. Everything is ongoing. Many things are there are more revelation coming out. So people will always talk. You understand? You know.
I think the thing is this, right? If we can use this as a discussion on how the system can be better, on what one can learn from the situation, and then move away from the fact that we are not in that situation. We don't know the situation. We can never say, because I mean, if I'm going to work with the theories I have in my head, the woman will be absolved of this matter. And I'm one that
thank you.
I'm not a woman. Well, I'm a woman's woman, but I'm not blind to women's faults.
Thank you, Madam Bezibri. Let me quickly answer you before I call on the next person. You know, this coming on air, cast blames and all that, for me, I don't support it as well. If you notice, for the past 1 week or more than 7 days, I've not discussed this issue here at all. You know, even somebody mentioned here 3 days ago that, oh, they thought I wanted to talk about Naira Marley's interview and all that. So I didn't talk about it. But because this guy submitted himself, or if he was arrested, Sammy, Larry, or whatever yesterday, so that's okay. Most still talk once on it. So, but one or two things led to one or two disagreements where people are trying to protect the mother, and people are also saying that no, the mother failed. So everybody, like my brother give us a mandate, say everybody are entitled to their opinion. I might deliver my opinion now, somebody will disagree. That's fine. I don't have anything with you. You know, I might also disagree with you. You know, so what I'm trying to say is that we did not bring it here as a topic. We brought it here because there is breaking news that Sammy Larry have given himself out. Why Naira Marley granted an interview with Reno Mokri. So tomorrow morning, expect another interview, breaking news, because investigation is ongoing. So the word let anything, he cannot rest until they bury him, so that this guy can have peace. If you go to social media right now, immediately one news is out, everybody just start talking. So by the special grace of God, he will be buried soon. Thank you very much, my people. Let's move on. Peace officer, please talk to us. Thanks for your patience. Please, you have 8 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much, Niger Watch. Thank you, the panelists, the commenters, the viewers and listeners. God bless you. Thank you. I understand that mobile issue is just a side talk, so I'm just going to side talk it as well. You know, I've never, for one day, talked about this issue. I've never, except maybe I discussed it with my family members while we sit it down, but on the public issue, never, because mobile is just 1 in a million. The only reason we're talking about mobile is because he's a celebrity. So it happens to him and he's a celebrity. People raise alarm and people begin to talk about it. There are many people going through different situations. I mean, like, because the system had actually failed every one of us. The system failed. I think it was Madam Busy Breda said that mobile might be fighting something bigger than record label, and I agree with her. we might just be taking his record label. Look at maybe allegedly, I would say, if you listen carefully, few weeks before this incident happened, it was alleged that Naira Marley has become an ambassador to the NDLEA. So what does that mean? Who was Naira Marley before? If you go back to his history, how did Naira Marley become an ambassador to the NDLEA? And who was he before, and why did they choose him? And you see, if you look deep, Naira Marley is very, very deep. It's very, very deep. You know, I'm not saying it's Naira Marley that is involved. Of course, Naira Marley bullied him. I'm not saying he's the one that is responsible. But if you are dealing with drug cartel, you should understand these are the things that must come up if you fail to obey their instructions, or if they try to. These things are not new to the rest of the world, because this is one of the reasons Western world in Asia country is by penalty. When it comes to, you know, drugs, it's by penalty. There's a reason for that. These guys don't have conscience. If you're dealing with them, you are like sitting with Satan. You're like sitting with Satan. If they want to harm you, I can understand why the parents might be, you know, reluctant to talk, because they must have been threatened. For example, Mohbad wrote a petition to the police. If I was to be the police, I want to start this investigation. The investigation will start from the police themselves that received the petition and refused to act on the petition. In America, if you threaten somebody just online, you don't need to write a petition. Just threaten somebody in America online. Before you finish, the police is at your door. The only reason they are there, they are trying to let you, hey, we saw what you're doing, and then if anything happens, we think that we might bring you to book. Why is it that the police did not invite whoever Mohbad had petition against? Why didn't the police, whether they have evidence or not? They don't need to have evidence. You don't need to make any arrest. All you need to do is to invite them, let them know that police is aware, police is in this very case. It's a psychological stuff. That's why I love what Madam Busy Brain, I love what she said she studied. You see, it's a psychological stuff. The police are not trained to protect the common masses, the ordinary people on the street. They are just not trained. They don't even know their jobs. It's a shame that we are, we're in this mess. I don't just want to talk. If we want to analyze this issue, a lot of people will go down. Believe me, a lot of people will go down, because we'll carry out our own investigation. We'll trash it. A lot of people will go down, including the police, down to the NDLEA. So a lot of stuff. They might have been forcing the guy to carry out some activities for them, and he's not responding because the guy was raised as a Christian, and he might still have that type of fear in him somehow, even though he's a bad guy. You know what I'm saying? So all of these things could, but let me just leave that. I'm also ashamed of with the interview that Reno did. Reno is trying to bring himself out right there. I don't know. He's trying to cover up for Naira Marley. That's what I can get from that. He's trying to say, hey, Naira Marley might be innocent right here. I mean, it's just psychological. So they are trying to play on Nigerians' mind. Another thing I want to say is that Nigerians are even fighting the wrong fight. You see, when you say Mohbad, how many Mohbad are you going to fight for? It's because Mohbad is a celebrity. So how many Mohbad are you going to fight for? So they are fighting the wrong fight. They need to fight the system, because once the system is okay, all of these things will be resolved. That does not mean that they will not have bad guys in our society, but it will be very, very minimal, very, very minimal. Now, on Tinubu, it's just a shame that we are on an international platform, not for good, but for this type of mess. We're in a big mess, and Naira is depreciating every day. The National Assembly, I saw in a place today, in a document where they say it was alleged that Goodluck Jonathan said democracy had failed, had caused so much confusion in Africa. I agree with him. If Goodluck Jonathan will come out to say things like that, if it is true, I don't know, but I think it is true because of where I saw it. So if he says something like that, democracy has actually failed us in Africa. This is not democracy. How could you imagine? How can a judge say that Tinubu's account committed a crime? So it means that EFCC no longer have a job to do right now, because all the money that is being laundered out of Nigeria with different accounts with different companies, they're never going to be able to, get justice or prosecute successfully and all these criminals, because the judges just said that we no longer. I was depressed today when I read that judgment again, when a judge in Nigeria said that somebody's account actually committed a crime. It's the account that committed the crime. This is not just a kind of, oh, you're having a dispute with another company, or you try to sue a company. No, this is money laundering case. And a judge sat down and looked at him and said, it was not you that actually committed this crime. The money was taken out of your account because your account was, committing a crime. So in what way would an account, or does I don't know how to see, I'm short of words because I don't even know how to arrange my words anymore. I don't know how to, because Nigerians got into my head. Their crazy activities, their crazy ideas got into me to the hours, all down depressed. Not because most people that know me, I don't brag. There's nothing I want that I wouldn't get. Even with this administration, there's nothing. But I feel so depressed. I feel so sorry for my country, for my people, because this is deep. This is deep. It simply means that we do not have government. We do not have a system. Our system is broken. Bunch of people are just the one ruling this country. How would you say it? How would you put this out there that Hope Uzodinma, a governor of a state, is promising his own people? It's one of the things that actually made me, really to be down. And then people say, yay! He said, I was thinking, like, is it that they didn't hear what he said? That he was going to get a job for them outside of the country. And you shouted, yay! What mentality? What's wrong with our minds?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
God bless you, Christoph. Thanks for your submission. That is it. Callers, call in now. If you want to call in, if you are listening to me, I want to take only 5 calls. First 5 is what I'm going to take so we can move on. But before I get the first call, I thought I was having something. Okay. Yeah, let me quickly showcase this here. Mr. Peter Obi, what Mr. Peter Obi have to say here quickly. Don't tell me he's not here. Oh God, I thought I shared this thing. No, I didn't. Okay, hold on, guys. Okay, why? Let me pick Madam Joy. Madam Joy, thanks for calling in. Good evening to you, Madam. Talk to us. 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Me when I know vex, I made up my mind. If I have the time, even if it is 1 second, I will make my contribution, make my voice heard, so that we are alive. I will, so long as we breathe, we must keep pushing the pin until we push this evil out of Nigeria. Hello, well-meaning Nigerians, obedient nation, Niger Watch family. Mr. Tanko gave it a good name. We are a combo. All the obedient, all LP, all well-meaning Nigerians, all people of goodwill, we have gathered. For a long time, we have not had a voice, but God gave us a flag bearer in the person of Mr. Peter Obi, and we have a voice through Mr. Niger Watch. Which one is it? Is it AKA Elvis or AKA Niger Watch? Whichever one.
I don't have AKA. My name is Elvis.
You have that big candle we are holding to keep pushing, make our voice heard, let the world know we are not what they say we are. It is just that we are bedeviled with evil, satanists, those people that Look at Hope Uzodinma. All of them, anyone that commits fraud, they run to one place where their GO or their papa principal is the number one criminal. So I just want to say something, just
30 seconds to go.
Okay, I just want to say something, you know, for Imo people, something is wrong. Either the people are bamboozled to believe, or God saved them. God saved that state. I just want to say, I lost the trail of my thought. Let me just go. I greet everybody. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, let me take another call quickly. Love of God is my strength. Thanks for calling in, madam. Good evening to you. Talk to us. 2 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll quickly speak on Mohbad's mother. You know, I understand the way everybody felt about how the woman she was not attentive to her child or that. But one thing is that we should also know that yes, the mother was not in his life. The mother stayed away from his life. I don't know why, and we don't know. We are just hearing stories on the internet. But one thing again that we should look at, you know, a mother that just got into his child's life, and the mother is telling the boy is telling the mom that, oh, I don't want you to get involved. I'm going through this, but don't say anything. The boy must have seen what is happening, because we know how Nigeria is. Maybe if the boy says something, they will come there and finish all of them with the mom. And another thing we should look at again is that the mom, because the mom is getting money from him, so because of that, the mom could not perform his responsibility well as a mother. She was always looking at the money instead of thinking about the life of her mom, of her son. So I think in that way she is wrong. But in another way, we should look at it that it's not easy for a mother who is trying to protect her son. Then there is Opuzodima. I saw the video today and I just wept. I start crying. Why was I crying? I look at the way Nigerians were clapping their hands. Nigerians, especially the Imolites, the way they have been deceived. This man is not even the one who won the election. It was given to you people. And you people are there clapping hand for what? You want to come to abroad.
Thank you.
Do you think it's easy? And they are clapping their hand as if it's, I can't get this. Thank you. I don't want to go past my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Mr. Edwin, thanks for calling back again. Good evening to you. You have 2 minutes. Talk to us.
Good evening. Sir, let me quickly say something.
2 minutes.
There is something I want to say that I want most of us to listen to. Like this Mohbad issue is still, listen, the mother, there are different type of mother. There are some that is loud. I want to use one of my friends to make an example. Somebody was deported from Holland here. He had a Holland passport, a Nigerian, a Benin guy. I don't want to mention his name because he's well known. And when they were to deport him, he quickly called the mother and said, Mama, do all you can do. My court is next week, and the police are taking me away before the court day with my Holland passport. The mother now went to the airport, and as they arrived, because they mistakenly allowed him to say, call who will come and wait for you. He called the mother and said, Mama, they are taking me away this morning. The mother went to the airport. She caused a scene in the airport. As because she was so loud and stubborn, causing a scene in the airport, the overall immigration board now came down and said, what's the problem? They did not explain that there's one woman, this is what's happening. The man now said, okay, where are the officers that brought this boy? He said, I have a Holland passport. They are bringing me, deporting me. The court system is not even there yet. Then they say, okay, you the immigration officer that deported, where are the officers you used to come? Fly into Nigeria with this guy. They came in, they were sitting inside the flight, the Holland police, they were sitting inside the flight and they were not having visa in their passport. Because of the action of the mother, they now detained them in Alagmo. After 3 days, the Nigerian government and the Holland government now agreed to take that guy back with the police back to Holland. But if it was to be a quiet mother, a mother that said, what will I do? I don't know anything. I don't know what might happen to me. That guy would have been silenced in Nigeria with Holland passport.
Okay.
So it's just, there are numerous problems like that. Thank you very much, Oga. service. You are trying for everybody. You are trying for this topic is also a learning stage and a learning point for most mothers, even parents in general.
Thank you,
so
sir.
thank you very much, my brother.
God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. Hello, Mr. Alex. Thanks for calling in, my brother. Good evening to you. Talk to us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. George. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, I want to contribute to the program. I greet everybody. Those on the comment section. Thank you for the great work of viewers worldwide, and of course, my fellow panelists, my fellow political and media gladiators. I say euphoric greetings to you all. For me, I want to talk about Mohbad and Samilari and Naira Marley. For me, yes, Nigeria has failed Mohbad. Lagosians failed Mohbad more because it happened in Lagos. It's not all about destroying election and distracting elections. This was enough to even spark the much awaited revolution in Nigeria. Everybody is shouting, whoa, 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 Lagosians. If this happened in Benin, I trust my Edo people. By now, the story will be different. So for me, Lagosians, if they cannot act for justice, who is Naira Marley? Who is Samilari? Who is even the governor without their mandates, even if he didn't win the elections? These are human beings. Whether Naira Marley is guilty or not, it's of no concern. There are petitions against him already. There are petitions. The guy cried out. I know that no state is perfect, but Lagosians should hide their faces in shame. If it is Peter Obi now, they will all come out. If it is the Igbos now, they will all come out. Look at a son of the soil was brutally intimidated until he lost his life. Everybody shouting on the internet, whoa, even the so-called Naira Marley, he has a house in Lagos. He has a family in Lagos. Samilari has a house. This will not happen in my dear Edo State. It won't happen. The governor cannot rule. He cannot stay in that state, I mean, in comfort. So for me, I'm so angry. I'm angry with Lagosians. I say it without apology. I have siblings in Lagos, including them. Those who are shouting, Igbo, where are they now? Where are they? It's to profile obedience, to profile Peter Obi, to steal election mandates. It's to disrupt elections. It's to collect bribe. A young boy like this. A story happened in Greece. A young boy was mistakenly shot out and he lost his life. September 14, 2003. Every September 14 in Greece today is like a riot, a red oil riot. Till today, we can talk about this boy in the next 10 years. It's not enough. It's a system thing, but the guy came from a local government. So let me round up with this, gentlemen and ladies. Let's learn to love ourselves. While Lagosians are rigmaroling, they refuse to ask questions and surround Naira Marley's house and Samilari's house to ask questions and to call them out and to inflict, physical damages on them, to feel it, so that nobody else will try it again. I hope other states will learn. I trust Delta states. I trust Edo states. This will never happen and things will remain like this. Thank you, Nigerian Wash.
God bless you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I think how many calls would all take? So now 5 I be talking. I don't know that don't reach 5 safe. Let me take let's take this last one instead. 5. The fifth one. Thank you, Mr. Justin, for calling in. Good evening to you, sir. Talk to us. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Nigerian Watch. Good evening, everybody on the panel. Nigerian Watch, before I start anyway, I just want to say happy birthday in advance when it comes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
May God bless you and give you long life and give you more energy to continue the good work that you do.
Amen. Thank you.
Yeah, having said that, obviously, may the soul of Mohbad may rest in peace. We all believe that our system has really failed. There's a lot of Mohbad, and unfortunately, this stuff going to continue happening until obviously Nigeria gets it right. The reason I picked the phone today, basically, you talk about the Imo governors saying that he wants to take 4,000 people to Europe, basically, and when you play the video, the people are shouting, they're screaming, they're clapping. And, I've said this thing on your program before. Sometimes, Nigerians do some funny things. Why are they don't listen to what people are saying? Like, especially when the politicians or pastors are saying things, why they don't listen? I don't know. You just clapping for you don't. I don't even think they understand, but you're just clapping. You're just sharing. You're just happy. And another thing again, I think the pastors, I'll call them out here because they say that they should support the government. So probably maybe the people trying to support, they're trying to obey their pastors, with the instructions that they've been getting from their pastors. And that was the last one I was saying before I go. I know this one is not the topic today, but this one is going to go to fake King Emeka. Tinubu needs you guys back home to invest right now. The country is going down. The Naira is depreciating. We don't need you here right now at home. We want you guys to go back home to go invest, okay? If you can hear this, please.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And,
God bless you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, all right. Callers, please. I need to come back to the panel right now. But before that, my people, I want us to listen to Mr. Peter Obi here. Peter Obi don't throw some jabs here. Me myself, I surprised. Hey God.
Play it out, my brother. Play it out, my brother. Play it out, my brother.
Peter Obi don't they drop violence for here.
Wahulence. Okay. Please play it.
Wahulence. Hey God. This is all Peter Obi before. This is a quiet man that year.
No, the man quiet now. What are you saying? This one are quiet.
No, this
jabs.
This shorts. Let's listen.
Good behavior. This is part of leadership. So you can.
Hold on, guys.
Good behavior. This is part of leadership. So you can be done. We have all the talents and everything all over the world. It's a question of the leadership have to show it. You have to start by saying, my name is Peter Obi. I'm from this town. I went to this primary school, this secondary school, this university, and take my hand. They're very important. When Chika was saying my CV, he said Harvard. I said, no, Chika, I did a program in Harvard. I'm an alumnus of Oxford and Cambridge. You can go and be verified.
Verified.
I don't need to put injunction for you not to see it. Go and tell them in Nsukka whether they'll give you my transcript. These are things we must. And we must do it and say, this is who we are. Because that's what makes us. Nobody said you must be anything. No. We have had leaders all over the world that didn't go to school. Just say, this is who I am. These are my parents. These are my students. So we will do that.
Oh my God, Mulana. Peter, we don't trust our jobs on there.
The thing is well, it may be surprising to people because Peter Obi came on the scene as a presidential candidate. Then the rest of Nigerians had the opportunity of now knowing him beyond what they may think is former Anambra governor, and then he is speaking. We from Anambra State, we are used to him. We know the way he speaks. We know. Peter Obi went to tell one millionaire who had an industry that manufactures mattresses. The man is called the Winco Foam, W-I-N-C-O. The win comes from Godwin. So he used his name, Godwin, to do Winco Foam. Peter told him, said, look, I want to go to Abuja to change it. Since you've been manufacturing foam, you are not yet a billionaire. The man said yes. He said, but people that will stay there 4 years that become a billionaire, I want to go and change it. The man clapped hand. So that people like you that employ people in their hundreds and thousands will be billionaire. But those of us that say the eyes have it, the nay don't have it, then we become billionaire. He said, I'm going to Abuja to change it. People were shouting. So that is the man. That is his system. You can.
Anyway, this was done in Princeton University, United States of America.
In New Jersey. They were doing Chinua Achebe Memorial, something about Achebe. So he was invited as a guest speaker or something. So he used the opportunity.
That are here, they can go and verify. It was done in Princeton.
Hold on,
guys. It was done in Princeton University.
Hold
It
on,
can
I
be
have
verified.
somebody on the phone. Thank you very much, madam, for calling in. You have 2 minutes. Please talk to us.
Yes. Okay, I'll quickly talk. I called earlier. Okay, just in response to what Mr. Alex just said, Lagosians said that they are waiting. People have been advised to wait for the police investigation, not to interrupt it and whatever. They're actually angry about that. So we don't pray for violence, but we don't know what they're going to do about it. But what I really want to talk about is the judgment in U.S. court. What if they pass the judgment in our favor and then the Supreme Court in Nigeria still upholds the PEP's judgment? What's going to happen?
Okay, that's a good question.
I think I'm suggesting that we start an online petition. I don't know how to do it, whatever the topic is going to be. And then another concern of mine, which I wanted to talk about, although it's not one of the topics today, is about David Indoyin. That man needs protection. Another online petition can be started also for the United Nations to protect this guy, whatever way they want to do it. They want to give him, what is it called? Protection in any way by helping him to stay in another country because they already know he's in Ghana. Regarding Mohbad case, I think enough is said about that. I know my stand. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
And I know your stand. Bye.
I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I have a lot of people that are on my side. But regarding this Tinubu case, I think we can start an online petition. He has to resign or they have to nullify the election.
God bless you, man.
I don't know how to do it whichever way. We can make it global on any platform that is obedient. We can do it. We can, join hands with every other obedient platform. Yes.
Thank you. God bless you, man. Thank you. Okay. Callers, I'm done for now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having a final submission right now. Unfortunately, this final submission, I'm going to leave it for everybody to talk on their own for the next 1 hour, 20 minutes. And I want to promise something. I'm not going to extend this program, broadcast today, I beg. Only 1 hour, 20 minutes, make we manage out. I'm not going to extend them because, I beg, no say pity for me, So I'm leaving you guys for the 1 hour, 20 minutes. Please, if you know, everybody can interject on this second segment if you want to interject, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much. But I'll call on the first person. When the first person is done, I'm not giving any minutes. Anybody can interject. If you want to allow one person talk for 30 minutes, then it will remain about 45 minutes. Then we are done for the day. Thank you very much, my people. All right, let me call on the first person here. Let me start with Give Us a Mandate. Give Us a Mandate. You are the first that are supposed to call, followed by Engineer Francis. But anybody can interject. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you very much for this round two. It could have been better if there's a whistleblower here that can actually moderate this also. But regardless,
okay. Do you want me to moderate it?
Okay, I do it. I do. Don't worry. Let me listen.
Okay, don't worry. Okay, the same is it. Okay.
Okay, so, please, because for no moderator now, somebody fit talk of this. I can do it if you guys want me to do it. Back more quick, do more comments.
No, we can allow you to go take a stash and black soup.
No, I'm here. I'm here, but I want everybody to have freedom of. You remember the first one we do.
Every day you the chop. They chop diet. And every day be black stack and black.
No, now the chop and not be me or Gassi. Now
I know. I just pray because.
Okay, now the chop am.
It's not a balanced diet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Guess who they backstage, my people?
No, bring him in. Leave him there. Bring him in.
Bring him in. I was going to say it. Yes.
Bad belle full.
Unless he get news on Oshomoland.
Because you passed through the front door today, now I leave me for back door.
Your 1 hour 20
leave
minutes.
the window alone.
Your 1 hour 20 minutes. I wonder how it's going to be now.
I beg my people. We talk this one. We get 2 women for year. Milk not intimidated. The way Tuna do Madam Busy Brains yesterday, I be there before yesterday. She was not saying, let me talk. And now after it, come in.
She will talk now. People where they come late, they come through window. So those ones we go. So what you how you go handle that? Anybody will
You
come late through window now because
you
door
try
don't
now.
close.
You try now. You are now the Chief Justice of
Because
Nigeria.
because we don't close.
Now when they fly
We
to
don't
window
close.
every time.
We don't close door. Tay. Now let come as they come through window. Door don't close since. So
Okay, I mean, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, what can you say of my principal, the man with waules? Mr. Peter Gregory will be, I mean, honestly, following you is been a wonderful, time. We may have had roller coaster moments, but all the same, in all of this 1 year is being a time to learn and keep learning from someone like you. Thank you for standing for the truth. Thank you for standing for what we as Nigerians and even the Igbos, the Yorubas, the Hausas, the true Igbos, the true Hausas, the true Yorubas, what they stand for. And I'm not surprised that the Afeniferis and they are supporting you. Thank you very much, Mr. Peter. I mean, if somebody won an election, the people that should rejoice most should be his kingsmen. But this man, we don't even know his kinsmen. They've not carried drum to come and drum and say, our son has become president. Our son has become president. Let's go and dance. But Mr. Peter said, oh man, you can go and verify my parents. They will tell you who my parents are. Who? And is a Dr. CM, are we able to trace the parent of Tinubu? Maybe his father or mother? I don't know. I don't know. But if I ask you, who you go ask?
Yeah, you Sabina. I know come from a raggy. I think your
Na
village
Mogaji na be mama now. You no get mama, na Mogaji be mama.
Hey, what Mogaji call Mogajani? I mean, I leave that. So, but so then Jay called in that Black American. Now you can follow him on Twitter because the guy is now doing. I think the guy is now an obedient from everything that the guy is doing now. Is pulling stuff. Honestly, that guy is wonderful. And to the last caller, that question that she asked, that if Supreme Court wants to go the way of pet, it will be hard for them. A blank pattern said it, that he's afraid for Supreme Court. And so Jay Corden said in his closing statement, he said he wants to see what the judiciary will look like. He wants to see how the court will decide in Tinubu's country, and the eyes of the world is on this matter. So, madam, I understand your statement quite well, but all the same, I say that the hands of the pet is in chain. They don't handcuff them. Now, how Ariwola will take come out? Because on forfeiture, Ariwola has a precedence on forfeiture. And David then said that he wants to look in the camera and see how Ariwola will interpret this forfeiture when it comes to our mother, Adekunle. So let's all wait and see. Then on our first round, we brought the issue of Dele Farotimi. What can you see of that man? Always standing, speaking tall. Always standing, speaking tall. Have you guys noticed that all of a sudden, you are not seeing Festus Otobokayamu, Fenimos, how do you always say, Dr. CM? Fenimos, Fufude, something, Kayode. You see, all of a sudden, he's been shut down on X. The only person...
Feminos, Fanikuku, Kayodede.
That is FFK. The guy has all of a sudden gone to oblivion. You are not hearing him anymore. The likes of Dele Alaki, all of those people that used to come and talk, they've all been silenced because they know that this guy is a drug baron.
Give us a mandate. Give us sorry. You know why they've all gone underground?
Yes,
because they know their boss is in big trouble, that they their boss has messed them all up with all this nonsense. They are ashamed, but they just can't come out to say it. Sorry,
Wow.
continue.
I mean, these guys are just, they are just, but I think Delifaroti said it that although he said thank God for Tinubu, but me, I'm not thanking God for Tinubu. I'm only happy that God has revealed him, and as God revealed him, he also revealed the people that we think we can hold in high esteem, and just revealed them to us that these are not people you can actually trust. No, honestly, Peter Obi may not have a church. He may not pastor a church, but that man is a pastor. The reason I said that, Peter Obi said after the election that people will now tell you is the will of God. He said this is not the will of God. God did not promise us this wickedness. God did not promise us bad road. He did not promise us no electricity. He did not promise us insecurity. That was what Peter Obi said. Then to the minister that was poisoned in Abuja, although I pray that she will recover, but there is no way you can join with evil people. That evil we still catch up with people, even though you are good. And people must start to learn. They must start to learn. They must start to learn. You don't have to join this evil man's cabinet. You don't have to be there, woman, lady. You don't have to be there. I pray for you that you recover. God will heal you. But this is a lesson to people. Tinubu is not different from, I don't know. That man is just, I don't know. I really don't know. Even as it is now, in the airspace, there is a bullying of Tifnumbu in the airspace. If you can follow David Ildein, he's been posting some things today. There is a bullying of this guy called President Tinubu on the airspace. From what I saw on David's handle, the guy may be probably landing in the midnight. What kind of life is this? Must you be the president? Must you be the president? Must you? Is it only you? I mean, I'll just leave it here. But Mr. Elvis, thank you very much for what that you do. Honestly, we truly appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll hand the mic now.
Okay. All right. Everything is so far so good, but I'm now a little bit bothered. Still on this Chicago. If this judge asked for the tribunal ruling, that means she wants to verify these things Atiku is asking for. Are they really of that importance? If she rules for a little bit to be released or for a lot to be released, will it make a difference? And that is where I keep appealing to that Judge Maldonado, Your Honor. Remember, in the US, we let justice loose and let the chips fall where they may. Here, we have a situation where everything this man has done in his life is covered with fraud, impersonation, everything, forgery. I will call your attention as you peruse whatever documents they have brought to you to please. You can even go to that jurist.ng, that Nigerian, but look in the Nigerian constitution, especially section 463, section 465, and section 467 in particular on the Nigerian criminal code, so that you will see exactly what this petition means. We want to know. Let us know the truth. Don't side somebody that you know. And you remember, in the US, you make judgments that will hold years into the future. You don't want to make a judgment that will be overturned by the next level. So in this case, to be free from any kind of error, let it loose. If this man is excellent, like the position he is occupying, he's addressed by Your Excellency. If he's excellent, let this whole thing loose. Clear conscience fears no accusation. The reason I'm saying this is that I am almost certain that mere listening to or reading the judgment of that tribunal, which is the fruit of a bad tree, if you read it and use it in any judgment, your judgment will be skewed also. But when you read it, balance it with the constitution of the country in question, and you will see that they miscarried justice. That's why Article is before your court. We need that document. And somehow I'm beginning to look at it as if there is a corrupt element or some corrupt elements in that Chicago State University in the first place. Because these documents that were requested are not things that even will warrant all this rigmarole. They are sounding as if they are being hurt by it, but it looks like they are enjoying the publicity, though in the negative, but it is wrong. Please, Your Honor, do the honorable thing. Release all the documents, whether he's a female, whether he's a male, whatever it is, let Nigeria decide. And the argument his attorneys presented to you, that it will not be admissible by the Nigerian Supreme Court, that is false. If you read the Nigerian code, you will see that there is this exception with regard to new discovery. And there's a bunch of new discoveries that are coming out from that Chicago thing. So include all of those that will explain even the ones that they didn't ask for. For example, I know when I went to University of Houston, they have a passport photograph of me. They have even my documents, my passport from Nigeria and stuff. How in the world can Chicago say they don't have a passport photograph of the student, at least from the year he has applied? Please help Nigeria, because we are about to be besieged by a criminal. And how can that criminal be hiding under Chicago? The ball is in your court, Your Honor. Please do the right thing by God Almighty. Thank you.
Okay, who next? Who next?
Take Madam Busy Brain. She right there.
Is it all eyes on the? Okay, I don't know. Keep us
okay, I've not spoken.
Busy Brain is not. Is she not in? And okay, Mother Victoria is not in too. So
look, now 1 hour, everybody you can talk. Anybody can talk.
Oh yeah, okay. Anybody can talk. A Black Panther, you can go on. You can blast the blog.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I've been listening to you guys since. I've been laughing, and Elvis almost made me to fall down where I went to. It just a blast anyhow. And I thank you guys for your aggressiveness and passion towards this all that we have discussed. I want to throw more light on. I want to throw a little bit of light on the woman, the minister that was poisoned. I don't know whether it was poisoned in the hotel or whether it was poisoned in the State House. So we don't know any detail. All we hear is poison, and then they are telling us that it's poison. There is no document there is no doctor's report towards that, but they just came out to say, look, all those bullshit stories, sorry for my word, all those people crap stories. I mean, I don't want to entertain them. But if anybody wants to entertain it, that is his own. Anything that happened to anybody in this government, that is their portion they will take for supporting evil to reign upon everybody in that land, Nigeria. And I repeat again, anybody that supports evil against these people that own the sovereignty of the land, oppressing the people, our people are being taken down without no just cause, and justice is not being done. Any man or woman that participates in this so-called government that gets his own portion of evil, let it be so in Jesus' mighty name. Because what you sow is what you reap. I don't want to entertain anything because they are giving you all sorts of things. It was poison. Where is the doctor's report that says she was poisoned? And if a man is poisoned, the doctors there. They can't tell me that no doctor in Nigeria will not be able to take care of food poisoning or whatever poison. So let them go and fix their problem themselves. Since they cannot fix Nigerian problem, let them fix their evil. The evil that they
Black
sow.
Panther, why are they not telling us the substance? Why are they not telling us the substance?
Let them be playing their
game. They are
game.
just telling us poison. Is it food poison? Because there are different types of poison. Is it food poison or whatever? So they just throw some. That's why I didn't even want to address it, because I don't even know what to talk about. Is it food poisoning? So I don't even know where to start from. You see that?
Or maybe she tried some of Abado's powder. The point is that we have a very serious situation.
So as I was saying, sorry for that break. I'm somewhere. So as I was saying, let them treat their own self mess up, or let the evil that they sow in Nigeria, let it treat their mess up, what they have done. So I don't care about any of them in this government. I don't care. The people I care is the people of Nigeria that their neck are pressed down because of their greed and their so-called whatever they are doing. I don't care about her. No matter what, I don't care. Anybody can care. Me, personally, I don't give a damn about her. So what we're saying here is how we are going to take our country and redo and reorganize this structure called Nigeria. So that is what our interest is all about. So anybody that wants to talk about that's our own business, that's the person's own whatever right he has. And Opu Zoduma, thank you, Mr. ACM. You spoke very, very well on Opu Zoduma. That was the feelers I was getting from Lagos. That man is evil. That man is what? EVIL, evil. Though that is why America always take it very, very serious on those that deal in drugs. Look, these people are their heart is at their back. Their heart is at their back. They have no conscience at all. They are the same thing with those that do those fraudsters. Their heart is at their back. They have no conscience. So this man you see, Opu Zoduma, is an embodiment of evil. Evil. Because you cannot look at what is happening to all of them. The curse that are the rain upon them is making them to do things, and they are not even hearing themselves speaking. How can a governor, a solution provider, we come and said the solution is that we can no longer provide job for you here. We are going to provide for job for you in Holland, and you want you people don't see the damage these people have done. The damage, and they are still doing more damage. They're not even saying it. That is to tell you that they don't see the country Nigeria as a country that is existing. Awolowo described it, but we have not really sink into that to open that canker worm of description that Awolowo gave. A geographical expression. That is what he said your country is. go and understand what Awolowo meant. That was why I was telling people that we have no leaders in Nigeria. We have no hero. In short, we have nobody that fought for us. We are the one fighting for ourselves. From the day Nigeria was created, we are the one fighting for ourselves. That is why I interjected the other time when Madam Busy Brain was talking about Nigerian past leadership. No, we don't have anything. All of them are all trash. They were tribalists. They sectionalized the country and they gave birth to what we have now because they refuse to see that they should sit down and put the trajectory, put the structure on ground, but they refuse. But they thought about their tribe. That was what they brought forward. They didn't sit down to say they want to write a constitution for themselves. Rather, they were borrowing constitution from all over the world. Is that that leadership that has vision? None of them had vision. Anybody can prove me wrong. Any of them, do they have any vision? What vision did they have in 100 years' time about the country they stood for? No vision. So we are the leaders that are going to write the constitution, and they will write more about us in future that we stood for it.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
The 1963 Constitution is really a very, very good document.
It was a borrowed one from England.
Well, but it really gives the room for amendments and a progressive nation. So even if we go back to that constitution, believe me, it fits well. But the point is, where we are now, we can still amend our way into the future on what we have. The only thing is that the judicial system has come in and they have started corrupting the whole thing. Because if the judicial system will be perfect.
Sir, sorry to interject you. You cannot amend a system that is built on the foundation of corruption. The whole 4 cardinal points is built on corruption. You cannot push let me say you want to push a thing that you want it to exist in the country. You cannot push it without not applying corruption. That is the system they give you.
Okay, let me give you an example.
You must apply corruption.
Let me give you an example. This election amendment, the 2022 or 20 whatever, this recent election amendment that we are using. Remember, the whole idea was that we have seen that after the elections, by the time the votes are carried from one place to the collation center, the boxes change, are switched, and the votes and everything is messed up. That was what gave room for this amendment with regard to beavers. The only thing is that they did not, in every paragraph, cite the fact that what they are this amendment for is to avoid votes leaving the polling units without being recorded somewhere else, the IREV. If votes will leave from the polling units, let it be that there's a copy of the counts already on IREV. If there's not, you guys, the poll workers, remain there. Sleep there if you have to. You see, it's like they didn't make it such an absolute demand and that was the loophole that gave INEC the room to go in and drive a tractor trailer through the whole place. In this case, they are even bold to come and tell voters that they are not uploading, when the law that was amended strictly says that. So it's that enforcement of the law that is my headache. Because the judges, whenever you are ruling in anything, you go back to the foundation. What is it that made the Congress write this law? And what they made that INEC, what INEC creation was based on, is to avoid votes after being cast moving from the polling units to a collation center without a backup in the IREV. That's the whole essence of the law. So the tribunal, in whatever any other way they want to judge, they should remain close to that essence of that law. And if they had remained on it, they would have realized that what INEC did by not uploading is verbal. And as a result, nullified the election, in fact. Because you cannot go back to manually transporting these things to the collation center without the backup in the IREV. And then when you get there, the old thing that was happening before this law was amended is what ends up happening in this case. And I think that was the position of the Supreme Court in the Adeleke case, that IREV is the thing that if it is not there, if that record is not uploaded there, and you all of a sudden come and resurrect it at the collation center, that is nonsense. So the election tribunal messed up. They all turned their backs on that law. And what led to that law? What used to obtain is what we now experience. So we can still work on amending the laws, but the court has to be very straightforward, maintain that law, and we will get somewhere. But if they keep all this zigzagging to accommodate Abodo in this case, then we have a big problem. And I think even Atiku wanted to do the same thing Tinubu did. But the only thing is that Tinubu probably was willing to spend more money than Atiku, and he got more of the people. So, along with the law, or the court maintaining this law, the court should also do something. By next week, at least, if that is a country, by next week, I will expect both the police, the DSS, to start arresting some of those collation officers, especially in those areas where they have all those mutilated EC8As, and some of them that were blotted out. The police should start some serious investigation and start arresting people and bringing people in to come and account. Forget who is in Asarok. Maintain the law. I don't even know why this is hard for Nigeria to make the judicial system a separate branch of the government. Let them not depend on the executive or on the legislative. Like here in the US, okay, we were talking about Judge Maldonado wanting some documents flown from Nigeria and how it was done. The judicial system, the DOJ here, they have their own budget. They don't, the government doesn't give them. Oh, well, however it does. But the point is that if they want $1 trillion today, no questions asked, they have it. So if Nigeria should make sure that they solidify the stand of the judicial system and let those judges not be swayed whenever they see 1 penny or $2, they will start salivating like dogs. If they can do that and let them interpret the law and do the right thing, believe me, everything else will fall in place. But as long as they are under the executive, for instance, if a judge wants Tinubu to be arrested today, he's supposed to issue the order to the DSS, right? Is the DSS under the courts? Are they under the DOJ, like the Department of Justice? Okay, in Nigeria, the Ministry of whatever. But does the judge have the final word for the DSS? No. Look at Emefiele's case, where the judge is saying something, the DSS is overruling the judge in his own court. And then we look at it and we just brush it aside. No, those are the things that we need. Those little things are the things we need to nib in the bud and let them know that, hey, when the court speaks, you listen and you do what they say. If they say arrest the president, arrest the president. But I mean, that's true.
Yeah, it's easier said than done, isn't it?
No, it's not easier said. Believe me, a judge here in the US can easily issue such an order and the FBI will carry it out. As a matter of fact, most of the time, you will go through.
You just said in the US, right?
That's the problem. We copy it from them. Let's copy it right.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we don't have a system that will allow that to happen.
Yeah.
So we need to get the number one seat right for things like this to even be talked about. At the moment, it's not even possible. So we shouldn't waste our minutes talking about it because it's not going to ever happen if we cannot sort that number one seat out.
Yeah, the thing is that the older generation
president is the most powerful president in the world. If you understand that, you know that nobody, he has everything. The power is just too much. It's just too much. Look at the law, this 2022 amendment you just made reference to. Both parties had members in the House where they passed such law and they allowed that loophole because you know why? Both parties already planned to use those loopholes to, you know, fight for themselves. You know, luck, or let me say, the luck actually ran against PDP. That's why they are making noise. They were in the House where that loophole was passed, and they passed it. They never said it. They thought that they were going to manipulate it, but APC seems to be more kind of like smarter, a little bit, you know, in a demonic and crafty way, you know, to use it for their own purposes. And why the PDP were divided, and then the obedience were focused on the law, were focused on it. We thought that, not me anyway, because I never believed that they were going to do a free and fair election. So a lot of obedient believed that the INEC would do exactly what they said. INEC gave out a manual. This is where I'm really holding INEC. You gave out a manual to political parties, how you want it to be done. You are the one who gave out the manual, the instruction. You sent me an error and you gave me an instruction. Then you went from my back to change it without notifying me, and I kept on doing what you asked me to do. And the court could not even ask these questions. Who gave out this manual? Who told them that they were going to transmit using the beavers or whatever? INEC, did you print it out? Yes. This is where I have big issues with the judges. If you give out a manual, that's why I love Peter. He said you should have told us that it was going to be anyhow, so that we all can be prepared to do the anyhow. You see that? You deceived us. You told us this is how you're going to run it, and we ran with you, believing that you are a just and a true, you know, body. That's just anyway.
Yeah, the generation of Sir Francis, I think, you know, the older generation, they pander more to a more conciliatory and conservative approach. You know, let's the 1999 constitution should be amended. This that. Now, if you look at constitution very well, you will discover that we that we don't even have a constitution in the first place. You know, because there are many contradictions really, and the 2022 Electoral Act, when you look closely at it, and then try to juxtapose it with the 1999 constitution, there are several loopholes really there. And when they drafted the 2022 Electoral Act, they somehow still thought that it was going to be a two-horse race. So that's why they were not really definite regarding what pattern of transmission or transfer that was going to be done. They said that it was at the discretion of the electoral body.
God bless
So
you, sir.
they were not definite. So it was intentional wherever the pendulum will swing, whether PDP or APC, they are all the same, So by then, they did not reckon that there will be a third force. So they plan not to transmit the results of the presidential election. I think probably was that decision probably was taken like few days before the election, because the major presidential candidates, they had people they had people that were telling them that P2B was not a force to reckon with. So I think probably a few weeks to the election, they discovered that, look, if we transmit this directly on the election day, that this man will win the election. So all through the pre-election period, they probably had the intention of transmitting the results. But why they took that 11th hour decision not to transmit the result was mainly because of P2B. They transmitted the results of the National Assembly elections probably because the Labour Party didn't have candidates, across the nation. In the Southwest, some states, the Labour Party did not feature. Some states in the Northwest and Northeast, really. So they didn't really see Labour Party as a threat, parliamentary wise. So they transmitted the results of the National Assembly elections. But the presidential election, of course, if they had transmitted that result directly, P2B would have swept the polls like a hurricane. So they deliberately did not do it because they wanted to manipulate the results. Now, regarding
do you know that this is where I also have issues with Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka could not ask this very question. Why didn't they transmit it? If truly he wants to be upright, he wants to be a state elder, they call them elder state mouse or whatever. He wants to be genuine in his speech. He truly loved the country. Why did he not ask this very question? What happened? Why did you refuse to transmit the result as you told everybody? You see that? So it's a big deal.
For Wole Soyinka, I don't think he saw a P2B, imagine in 2023. He never imagined that there will be a P2B in the scene. He always thought it will be the old order. So he's still shocked, to his marrows, that P2B was, able to come into the picture and gather, tremendous support across the country. So that's why Wole Soyinka is going about, unfortunately, trying to still maintain that narrative. But unfortunately for him, he's dealing with the wrong generation.
But for somebody
none of them ever believe someone like Peter Obi will come to shake Nigeria the way it is right now. So,
but for somebody like Wole Soyinka that was a political radical, he should know that some time that a radical like him in his heydays will arise, and he should be waiting for that radical to arise and embrace him.
If you look at polls right now, Peter Obi is the most feared politician in Nigeria by politicians, among the politicians. They are afraid of him because of the force that he carries. He carries a great force. a great fox. They are afraid of him, you know, right now in Nigeria.
So when Wole Soyinka was very radical, you also have to consider the circumstances, you know, in which he was radical. You know, that period, it was the North that was holding sway. You know, so both the East and the West were still, you know, in limbo. So everybody was like trying to agitate against the northern oligarchs. So that was when he was radical. So you will know the true color of someone when, you know, it favors him somehow. You know, the level of you know, regionalism, nepotism reigning supreme in Nigeria. You know, so that's when you actually know the true intent, you know, the true colors of somebody. So when Wole Soyinka was agitating against, you know, he was agitating against the northern oligarchy. You know, even when Obasanjo was in power, because it was the likes of Babangida, you know, that really did the background work for Obasanjo to come in. So he knew that Obasanjo, you know, had this allegiance, you know, to the northern power bloc. You know, so he wasn't a fan of Obasanjo. You know, but he believes that Tinubu is for the West. You understand? So he has been an ally of Tinubu for a very long time. So you will not expect him. He believes that one day that Tinubu should have his share. You understand my point? That Tinubu should have a stone, you know, at the federal pool. You know, so, you know, for someone to come to spoil the party for him, that's why he's agitating, you know, going here and there, granting interviews, abusing young people and the rest of them. You know, so I think for Wole Soyinka, you know, it wasn't a surprise to me. I knew that he has been a friend of Bola Tinubu for a long time. Then regarding the minister that they said was, you know, was poisoned, you know, quite laughable, because I was surprised that a news media outfit like People's Gazette would pander to this very notorious African sentiment of poison and the rest of them. I read the whole story. I thought they were counted to talk about, say, gas poisoning or, you know, some sort of, you know, real, you know, poisoning. But from the whole story, there was no clue as to what kind of poisoning, food poisoning, you know. So I don't think it was a very good journalism, you know, from them, coming from that angle. Yes, the whole story is that the minister is sick, and for somebody working for the federal government, you know, all federal government staff have, you know, a degree of their, you know, under the national health insurance scheme. You know, so for her, she should be under that scheme, you know. So for people that are under that coverage, they may choose to seek private health care. You know, so the federal government will not compel you to seek private public, you know, health care. You know, so but the private care will be funded by the individual, not the government. You know, so the government will make sure that you are treated, you know, in the best hospitals, you know, funded by the federal government, the teaching hospitals, the National Hospital, Abuja, you know, they get Hasorock Clinic, Gariki Hospital, and the rest of them. You know, so I don't think the government would fund private treatment for somebody working for the federal government. Then this interview that Reno granted Naira Marley. So from there I could see that he wasn't questioning him the right way. He didn't use the right questions. I think he used closed questions, like any journalist, should know about the open-ended questions. So from there, I don't think the whole interview was credible because of the manner
let me come in a little bit. You know what Reno did? Reno actually tried to distort the investigation. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The same way he distorted the investigation of the article, what's his name? Tinubu's certificate in Chicago. You understand that? So he's a kind of fast forward guy, try to make people see, hey, I tried to do this, you can see that, you saw everything. So he's actually distorted. I just don't want to talk about him because he's actually, security agencies should know by now with that interview, they should know that if you listen to the questions, he will ask the question and also answer the question. You understand what I'm saying? If you listen, he asked the question and he answered the question himself for the guy. You understand? So he's actually trying to distort the investigation against that guy. I don't know what interest Reno had with the guy. So, but that's just the fact.
Yeah, the 4,000 jobs that this guy said he will offer Imo State youths, beyond all the issues that have been raised regarding that, I just think that, that the whole thing is another chop venture. Like if he wins the election, he may set up a scheme, for the so-called foreign job, wherever, and then use the opportunity to embezzle a lot of money. So I think it's a chop shop that he wants to open. So
today I believe that he was a fraudster with that statement, because I see a lot of format. That was the format that Yahoo boys used to throw. People used to send a lot of formats to my inbox. It's the same kind of like format. So I think it's like a Yahoo, like all these for internet fraudsters. You understand what I'm saying? It's a kind of like a format. I've seen so many formats, like 3, 4, 5, 6 people using the same, format. They send it to you. Somebody sent you an email, it's a format, you read it, and someone else, maybe you don't know the person sent you an email, the same format. So today I actually believe that as alleged by so many people that Hope Uzodimma, whatever his name was a fraudster. He was doing 419 before he became the governor. So he actually brought that 419 system, mindset, and he openly displayed it today, and everybody could say that this guy, he was actually
most governors in Nigeria actually have a dark past. See the governor of Ogun State, with all the atrocities he committed in the US. See someone like Sanwo-Olu, see someone like Femi Gbajabiamila. So in all of them, just few of them, who have a relatively clean slate. So the criteria for gaining political power in Nigeria is to, there are to be the most crooked people, fraud, certificate forgery, they are the most important criteria, for getting into political positions, as we can see.
I hope he's not planning on shipping Imo state youths to go and harvest their organs, because of that sounds like some sort of fraud in the first place. Which companies are the ones employing those people? Have those companies come to Nigeria to interview them about recruiting them? What kind of organization or plan does he have? of shipping those people. And then they are probably in the unskilled labor group. I hope he's not planning on taking them there to go and harvest their organs.
Some girls will even be trafficked, to do prostitution.
Exactly.
That's what I wanted to say. That maybe he's trying to set up a trafficking organization so that when he leaves office, you know what I'm saying? So that when he leaves office, he will live by that with that kind of system. You understand what I'm saying? Now, most people, if you look at European countries, are facing their crisis. I mean, shortages of jobs. Jobs are nowhere. There are no. You understand what I'm saying? And someone is promising you here from Nigeria that he's going to take you to Europe and Canada for jobs. When those ones are praying to get a job, is that not fraud? Is that not a fraudster? My Naira was the people. These people shouted, yeah. I was like, what do you mean? You didn't hear what he said? You should have walked out. You should have, this is just another scam. This scam is taking too far. Believe me, it's taking too far. This scam is coming from a governor of a state, try to scam his own people, taking too far. And the whole world is watching.
I mean, you should be talking about getting more people into your state, getting more jobs and opportunities created in your state and attracting the rest of the world, not to be shipping them out. And then you'll be governor over who? Nobody.
I don't know why that state has been quite unlucky. They've had the most hardened, criminals as governors, in the last 2 decades. The most crooked of individuals. We hope the state will be liberated in the coming months, because I don't know, from frying pan to fire, from Rogers to Uzodinma. So it's quite painful. Regarding Mohbad's issue, I think someone mentioned, that the mom should have contacted the police, in Lagos, people have come to accept, especially in that Lagos, that they are slaves, because over the years, one man has been lording it over everyone, and he uses all forms of intimidation. So people have come to accept that they are slaves, and really in Lagos, and there are gangs of Lagos. There are people that own Lagos, and woe betide you if you have issues with any of them, and then you go to contact the police. So everybody in Lagos knows this, So the mother wouldn't have gone to the police. If she had gone to the police, it would be just a wasted effort. Would the police arrest Naira Marley? Would they even question him? He has all the money. In fact, he will use police and lock up the mother. So the situation in Nigeria is really hopeless. But we are still optimistic that there's light at the end of the tunnel, to be honest, because it's really painful, isn't it?
Anyway, I think that what we should really concentrate on is not to give the Supreme Court the room to pronounce any wrong judgment, because once they have said it, they can't take it back. So we want them to really be very judicious and really very sure that this decision will reign years down the line as supreme. And so far,
but the amount of money that's exchanged hands, in fact, today the breaking news is that former CBN governor has gone to a plea bargain, has opted for a plea bargain with the with the federal government, so he would return 50 billion naira. From I think Sahara Reporters just carried it. So he has accepted to return 50 billion naira to the government. 50 billion. What was his salary? Huh? And it was established that he's the owner of Polaris Bank. How could you be a CBN governor and you're establishing a bank? It's against public service rules. In fact, as a public servant, you should not do any other business. Any other business, except in some disciplines. Like if you're a doctor, if you're a consultant, in the teaching hospital or general hospital, you could have your private.
Can I come in here?
Yeah.
You know why he did that? Because we have been, even Soludo himself have done something that we don't know about. He know how he covered it up. The reason why they go in there to perpetrate this kind of thing, and we don't know at times, we started reasoning at what is going on. How can he do such a thing? It is because the system, he saw a very wide open thing, and he has seen it where somebody will come into central bank and a order will come from the presidency and it will approve $500 million for somebody to take from the treasury and return it without no interest.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is the loophole. It's so, if you are involved, if you see something with your clear eye as an intellect, you see something with your clear eye, and they keep on doing this every day, you will be wondering, how am I going to do the right thing here in the midst of vampire? If you are not very strong to tender your resignation, you will be forced to partake of the evil. That is what is going on.
And that is why when they tell me, Osibajo is good, so person is good, I'll be like, how good? They were all part of the gang. Osibajo was sharing, money for vote buying on the eve of the 2019 election. So if someone comes to you and say, so person is good, he was among them, but he's good. He's not good, my brother. And
let me ask this question. Does Nigeria have any kind of protection for whistleblowers? Like, assuming there is a staff of the central bank that witnessed these things going on and he decides to be a whistleblower, does Nigeria have a protection for him?
Yes, on paper. On paper, there are laws regarding whistleblowing, with all the things, accompanying them, but it's on paper anyway. We know that in Nigeria, freedom of speech is largely suppressed, so if you blow the wrong whistle, you go in for it. People like David Hunde are on exile, because the government would kill them if they find them.
That's exactly where I'm leading to.
Like Samuel Ogundipe of People's Gazette, so they have been tagged enemies of the government. So that whistleblowing on paper, exists, but to what extent is it implemented? Yeah, because when Jonathan removed suspended Sanusi, it was, then revealed that actually the central bank, does not have any institution or body scrutinizing its budget. They make budget, they pay themselves, nobody audits their account, nobody approves their budget. Their budget does not go through the National Assembly. So they make their budget, spend anything they want. So like someone mentioned, when Soludo was there, he probably would have, also participated, in some underhand dealings, who knows, but it was very evident during the time of Sanusi, because he was doling out cash like Father Christmas to donated 100 million to Kano State, to just doling out cash to several agencies, mostly in the north, because he wanted to be the emir of Kano. And when Buhari was there, Buhari so dumb, so docile, so clueless, so because he wasn't around, he was very sick, he was junketing, all around the place, around the globe. So his ministers were also as clueless as he was, and also morbidly corrupt. So the CBN governor became the minister of the federation, minister of everything. Agriculture, loan doesn't go to CBN. COVID-19 came, humanitarian go to CBN. CBN governor became minister for sports, minister for health, minister for labor, minister for agriculture, minister for everything. So they were printing money, trillions of naira, without producing anything, without exporting anything, no foreign exchange. Buhari met a foreign reserve of more than $30 billion, and he depleted the reserve to $3 billion. So, I think Buhari should be the worst.
Let me chip in a little bit of point here. You see, when one of our engineers was mentioning that we should try as much as possible to amend the constitution so that it can suit us. You cannot amend what you did not write. Those that wrote it knows where to amend and knows where to leave. If you try to leave it, you will not get the vote. Because the vote from the north is higher than that of the south. So you probably not get the vote. That is why we are saying we need to pull it down to make each zones, each region be equal to each other. Then we can say the middle belt will be a neck breaker in the constitution. The middle belt, like there, will be the breaker of anything that is about to be taken as a law in the country. You now do what? You now go around the middle belt to negotiate so that you can fight for vote from them. That is how we were speaking. But these people, what they brought, they are hell bent to make it stand. They don't want to change it. If you like, go anywhere. Nigeria need to bring the system down. Because there's no amount of you turning around, going left. They know this thing they wrote. You cannot know more than the people that wrote it. If you touch one area, they will say, okay, take it to the National Assembly. The vote. If you say, take it to the State Assembly, what are they saying? It's the vote.
All right, my people, I appreciate every one of you for your time. I think we need to end the broadcast right now. Thank you, my people. Today on Friday, if God don't bless us by God's grace, say we don't get our mandate, we've moved on. So yes, we're gonna regulate the way we are coming out. But because we have something that we are taking right now, we have to continue to put the effort to achieve this goal together. It's a collective effort. All of us, we are trying. I applaud every one of you. And God bless every one of you, my people. Thank you. One love, I can see you right there. I also not let one love talk at all. Thank you so much. Peace of, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Samuel, Dr. CM. Thank you, Black Panther, my brother. Gina Francis, thank you very much, sir. Madam Busy Brains, thank you. And those of you that were here with us today as well, thank you, Madam Rita, Madam Victoria. Give us a mandate. Okay, they don't let you talk. Okay, don't worry.
All the women, they don't sleep. They don't run sleep.
They don't sleep. Okay, one love. Talk to us.
No, don't worry. I thank you for what all of them they do. I just did this for the background, but that's work.
Okay.
It's okay. You need to
All
rest too.
Thank you so much for your understanding. You know, we'll
We
be
know want to make you rest.
I beg you.
I beg let Mr. Najawa go rest. I beg.
We want Boligi so that his body go hot after his birthday. He go not know what they go on.
You will be late comer. You know, you see Garcia and talk just and will leave you for backstage. Thank you, my people. On Monday is my birthday, my people. Everybody that's listening to me right now, for those of you that are gonna be playing back this video, Monday is my birthday. If you know you appreciate what I'm doing, you know you care about what I'm doing, and you like to put a smile on my face, please show up that day, that evening. Just anyhow you want to post about my face, do it. I just want to be happy that day by God's grace. I appreciate every one of you. May God bless you all. Together we'll have a better Nigeria. Let's continue to keep our fingers crossed. I understand it's not easy. Even Mr. Peter Obi said it from the beginning that it's not going to be easy. And that's what we're seeing right now. You are fighting, they are fighting back. You are fighting, they are fighting back. But at the end of the day, by God's grace, we'll have a better Nigeria. We'll have a new Nigeria that you and I crave for. We'll have that new Nigeria that our forefathers could not fight for. We'll have it in our generation. We'll have it in our time. In the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Let's continue to put in our effort. Let's continue to fight. Let's continue to believe. Let's continue to keep our fingers crossed. Let's continue to do the work. Every one of you that is sharing our videos, that is liking our videos, that is supporting us financially, joining our panel, calling into the show, and God bless all of you. That's why I normally say it's a collective effort. It's not what a one person can do. These guys are fighting back, But the beautiful thing about it is that once we finally have a new Nigeria, everybody will smile. Everybody will be adapted to the good life. But at the moment, it's a one-way traffic. It's a one-way traffic, and we cannot continue like this. It's a one-way traffic. No, it's not nice. It's not good. You can't have people in Nigeria ruling us. When you're sick, you jet away from Nigeria. But what about the common Nigerian? When they are sick, they end up joking and go. No, it's not working. I know many of us.
That good they work on Naija Watch.
But it's also poisonous. You don't know how they make it. You're just drinking.
My mom sister be doing well. I had the request.
And that one where your mama do for you, so it's 100% guarantee, right? But what about the people where this buying? Do you know that I spend time for Nigeria now? People they put on for head, they say they go for street. People they call them, they buy, and they drink, and you don't know what you're drinking, or you never see the video where person, they say
and you not get NAFDAC number.
It doesn't NAFDAC. You never see person where they say I go for street, they can't carry her, they can't notice in acid, 19 miss all of them, pour the acid for something else in burn. So a lot of people they lose their life anyhow for Nigeria, and nobody's checkmating or checking these days. This is what we're fighting for. We can't continue like this, my people. It's not working. Thank you very much, my people. And God bless you now. Please join us again by 6 p.m. Tomorrow, Saturday, and let's continue for where we stop.
Naija Watch, tell Mr. CM, I'm coming after him very soon.
Okay, no worry.
He came after me today. Now he turn. Tomorrow now my turn.
No worry.
He don't come. He don't come.
Now me say make you come through the window. Normally when the thing start, when they start, we go open door, people go enter. When people don't enter finish, we go close door. So anybody when they come after that, now through window now.
Now we will get the master key, the open door. Good night, too.
Good night, everybody. All right, mother of all mommy diaspora, thank you very much. Robinson, thank you very much. God bless you all, my people. Have a good night. Augustine, God bless you all. Have a good night. God bless you now. Everybody on the comment section, everybody, God bless you all. Good night. you.